Here we go.
Cowards! Mutineers! Traitors! You've made your choices. Now you'll learn the consequences. Zeno never forgives. Attention! Ready! Aim! Fire!
A shame you had to see all that. Our second Lieutenant Lopera is a crackshot. I trained her to be nothing less. Yet no soldier of Zeno would take pride in an execution. The burden falls on me. This was my fault. My negligence.
Their blood stains the soil.
She hunted down these traitors herself.
Emmy, check the bodies. The rest of you, form up. Orders completed, Admiral.
Well done. Dismissed. There have been too many accidents. An unacceptable rate.
Oh, the leaked footage that happened.
What reason could you have to kill your own men?
Not our men. Not any longer. They mutinied and killed their superior officer.
So they got what they deserved then.
Lieutenant Muldir is investigating still. We will find out who else was involved. The Apostles' Brotherhood is back. We suspect they may have even infiltrated our base. We've also received intel indicating Manus Vindicta's presence in San Paulo.
Manus Vindictae? I'm not entirely surprised. Intelligence suggests they are closely associated with the Apostles' Brotherhood. What I hadn't expected is that they would drop their Order of Enlightenment guys so soon. But Arcane is dead.
There is no room for doubt. No one, nothing could survive a vacuum bomb.
Vacuum.
You will become used to the tropical sun in San Paulo.
I've been through a lot worse. Snowy mountains, deserts, and soaring eagles.
I do find myself thinking back to those times. It should never have been a battleground. Our business here is concluded. Timekeeper, Lieutenant Lilia, let us continue inside.
Do you really need me in there, Capitan? Otherwise, I'd like to hang out here for a bit.
Rum is cheaper.
I'll check on Sotheby. See you both later. Пока.
Dismissed, soldier. But I caution you. Much has been abandoned here. Remember our rules and keep to within the guarded areas. There may be a person of interest to us nearby. A writer for the Atom magazine, said to be a blind woman named Irt. Her works seem to be published after every era the storm has affected.
Ooh.
It could be this is only an alias. A pen name used by a new person each time. Or
could she really have crossed the storm 8 times? And somehow the storm has never affected her. Miss Barbara provided us with some information. She said that the latest piece was sent from a veteran's residence in Sao Paulo.
I understand they have a doctor working there. A blind woman. If so, she would match our intelligence on this mysterious Atu writer. You should seek her out. You are fortunate to have come now, Timekeeper. Carlos, the late commander here, was something of a pain to work with. An idiot. Maybe this is why his old man rose up and killed him. We've already dispensed with most of them.
Those men you just had executed.
Yes. La Pera raided one of their locations. Manus Vindicti will not be so happy to hear that, I think. She was, I'm told, excessive in her work, a loose cannon. But I'm pleased with her results.
Admiral, with you in charge here now, I thought I might ask a favor. Things may become quite complicated during our visit to Sao Paulo. I wonder if I might request Zeno spare some manpower to assist us.
Our situation is more dire than expected. I will see what can be done, Timekeeper, but no promises.
Ooh, damn.
Lieutenant Muldir will provision you with everything you need. And La Pera, she knows São Paulo well. You may take her with you as a guide.
That works. The Admiral has offered all the assistance he can spare. He sighs at the state of the base.
Now, Timekeeper, there is also something you might do for me.
He seems resigned. Xeno is just like this dilapidated base, a weakened shadow of its former self.
As long as it's within my power, Admiral.
I see that you have one of ours with you, Lieutenant Lilia. I ask that she serve us for the duration of your mission here. She's a fine instructor, and Xena is in need of help training our latest recruits.
I'll speak with her and see what she thinks.
Thank you. I should return to my work. Your comrades should be waiting for you in the meeting room with Lieutenant Moldir.
Interesting.
What are you doing out here alone?
Who is that?
Molly!
At ease, soldier. You've really been building some strength, haven't you?
She pats her sister's head as she hugs her tightly.
And you are sprouting up like a weed.
And you? Looks like they've been feeding you well.
Returning the favor, she slips her hand under her sister's shirt and pinches her soft belly.
Better. Stop it.
Just a little prank.
How long will you be staying this time?
Not long. Father plans to leave soon. He was furious when he heard about the defections. He ordered that he be brought here immediately.
As the Admiral's most trusted lieutenant and child, she has accompanied him to the Sao Paulo base.
Perhaps you might leave with us when the new CEO arrives.
She seems hesitant. Only the Admiral decides who stays and who goes, whether it be her, Lepera, or anyone else.
Really? But I don't know. Things are going well for me here, Molly. I enjoy being near the veterans' residence.
And I'm happy for you. The wisdom of elders is worth its weight in gold.
Oh, come on. You sound just like him. Speaking of him, didn't the old man come with you?
She looks around, but Admiral Igor is nowhere to be seen.
He's still with the timekeeper in his office.
Ah, so you snuck out just to see me? Did you really? You did!
No. I came to, weep. The grounds have gotten so messy since the shutdown.
tweeting, a ridiculous excuse. Who would bother to traipse through all these desolate courtyards just to pull a few
You're
plants?
lying. Those ears of yours are scarlet red.
This has always been one of her difficulties. Her face may be steely, but her glowing red ears always give away the truth.
Alright, no more joking. We should get to the meeting room. Our Foundation guests are waiting. I would like to get back before they realize I've slipped away.
All right, but while we go, let me tell you about the prisoner we captured during our raid. And a strange little ship in a bottle.
Amid the grass, a hummingbird watches the two as they walk away, talking and laughing together. It turns its gaze towards the tower in the south of the base. The room is simple, sturdy, and clean, a military room through and through. Sotheby and Lilia are idly looking around the reception room. Photographs of veterans are proudly hung on the wall. They're arranged in a chronological order.
1968.
The soldiers look grim. They avert their eyes from the camera, a hollow look within them. It was a victory without flowers or honor.
Izmir. I've never heard of it. I wonder if they have any Abang Akas there.
In one photograph, soldiers stand in a formation under a row of date palms. They gaze off into the glimmering coastline.
1986. Rio de Janeiro. Rio. Hold on. Is that...
Rio de Janeiro. Among the soldiers, she spots a face that is all too familiar.
Mr. Carson?
No way. She jumps up, trying to get a hold of the wooden frame. Mr. Carson disappeared in the storm of 1929.
Oh, you have friends in Rio?
Lilia takes the photo off the wall.
I can't believe it. That simply must be Mr. Carson.
She would never mistake him. He looks livelier than before. His hair is darker and wilder, but his features are unmistakably those of her dear
Storm.
butler.
I saw him. He dissolved.
Mr. Carson? What? You mean this old geezer in the photo? What are you talking about?
Sotheby nods her head fervently.
Why, this must be Mr. Carson. There's no two men in the world that could look so alike. Could it be a doppelganger? Or an evil twin? But then, surely, Mr. Carson would have mentioned a twin brother. Even an evil one. Nose? And his eyes. Though he's not wearing his glasses. But I know those wrinkles.
Sotheby continues to talk to herself. The man in the photo looks just like Mr. Carson, save for the smile on his face. The stern old butler would never smile like that.
I have to look closer. I must be mistaken. But he's so very like the Carson I remember.
Like a potion in a bottle, 1,001 questions bubble up in her mind. She almost presses her nose against the dusty glass of the picture frame as she tries to make out every detail.
Maybe then, Mr. Carson could still be...
The dust has gotten into her nose.
Phew!
Admiral Igor strides into the room.
Where is Lieutenant Muldir?
He looks around. Muldir was supposed to be welcoming their new guests.
Sir, timekeeper.
Lily immediately straightens up, saluting the Admiral.
Miss Burton, come and look.
Sotheby waves at her, the photograph clutched in her hand.
Mr. Carson could still be alive.
Huh?
Still alive, the Mr. Carson who vanished before her eyes in the storm of 1929.
I guess Sotheby saw someone familiar in one of these veterans' photos. You know this Carson guy?
Look! Look!
How could it be? Mr. Carson was erased by the storm of
He does bear a
1929.
striking resemblance to Mr. Carson, if my memory serves me right.
Yet here he is in a photo dated 1986. Mr. Carson was old at that time. The Admiral strides over and examines the photo.
Oh, 86. We lost many good soldiers to the Amazon that year. But some battled through, survived. This man is one of the latter. You're saying that you've met this man before?
He looks remarkably similar to a friend of ours who we lost in the storm in 1929. In fact, Admiral, they appear to be nearly identical. It's almost unthinkable.
I must say, Mr. Carson would never dress like that. But I'm certain this is him.
Just looking at him brings back memories of her dear old butler.
That is fascinating.
Do you know if this man is still alive?
I couldn't say. Doubtful he would be in our service anymore. But you may find him at the veterans' residence in Sao Paulo.
Sao Paulo, the veterans' residence. Like items washed to the shore, secrets and answers gather there, waiting for the birds to carry them away.
Oi, pessoal! Thank you for your patience.
Uh-oh. The two of them are met with a cold look from the Admiral.
Sir,
Busted.
Lieutenant Muldir, about time. What was it? Did you stop for a picnic?
A scalding comment. Muldir was supposed to be taking care of Miss Sotheby. It seems she had abandoned her duties.
Admiral,
Save your excuses.
Yes, sir.
it was my fault, Admiral. I ran into her on our way here. It's been a while since we last saw each other.
As her father glares at her, she quickly realizes that her attempt to cover for her sister is only making things worse.
Your performance on the training ground early was most impressive, Miss Lepera.
She breaks the awkward silence.
Allow me to introduce my team. This is Miss Sotheby.
Sotheby smiles and curtsies.
And this is Lieutenant Lilia.
She gives a brief salute.
How's it going? I was previously assigned to HQ.
It seems your assignment here has done little for your discipline, Lopera.
Oh. The Admiral stands with his hands behind his back. He examines his undisciplined daughter, a grim look on his face.
You have new orders. I'm assigning you to accompany the Timekeeper and her team to Sao Paulo for the duration of their mission.
Lopera nods, but Lilia still has questions.
Me and Lepera? That's a whole lot of firepower. What are we expecting during this mission?
Oh, sorry, Lilia. I haven't had the chance to speak with you privately. The Admiral asked if you could stay on site to help with training their new recruits. What do you think? You can do as you wish.
Training up some new blood, eh? Well, as long as you think you can handle things without me, I can stick around to lend a hand. It will be just like the good old days back at the academy.
She knows that this isn't a request, but an order.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
He nods and smiles in thanks. His smile fades as he turns to his youngest daughter.
As for you, Lopera, please show our guests to their rooms. And try not to overexert yourself.
Orders have been given to everyone present.
Lieutenant Lilia, stay for a moment. Lieutenant Moldier will bring some documents shortly. They should prove useful for your assignment.
Muldir, briefly out of the Admiral's sights, shrugs helplessly as her orders start to pile up. Lilia gives her a knowing smile. It's always like this. It's just part of the job.
Now, I have other business to attend to. If you'll excuse me.
He turns and leaves, his imposing figure soon disappearing from sight. Lopera exhales a long breath, snaps her fingers, and smiles as she heads towards the door. She turns to her guests.
Come on, let's go. I'll show you around. But stay close. This base can be a bit of a labyrinth. It's only missing a bloodthirsty minotaur lurking its halls. Well, I haven't seen him yet anyways. The base here has been understaffed for some time. Whole sections are deserted. It can be dangerous. We don't usually allow guests to move about freely. Well, who am I kidding? We don't have any guests in the first place. Who'd come here for a visit? Scenic views of dead gardens and overgrown brush. In the spring, we have vine-tripping competitions. And in the summer, you can be part of our complimentary bug buffet. Even the farmers back home had it better than these.
She leads the way, chewing on a piece of wolf-tail grass.
Before Zeno moved in, this was the fort of some Lisbon aristocrat.
The shadows of the old continent are everywhere here, the ghosts of the 18th century still clinging to every mark on the marble columns.
There's only one place fully off limits here. That tower.
Why? She points to a tower in the distance. Styled after Andalusian architecture, it stands ominously under the scorching sun, looming over the base with
What's
an
in
eerie
there?
intensity.
It must be the Minotaur's lair. Or a secret lab for super soldiers.
Andalusian. Okay. Sotheby's imagination is running wild again.
Imbued with the strength of an ox, the wits of a man, and the wings and fiery breath of a dragon.
Senora, this is a xenobase, not some chimera's nest. Besides, if there were any monsters in there, I would have heard them by now.
Were those the Admiral's exact words? That nobody is allowed inside the tower?
Yeah, that was what he said. Under no circumstances is anyone to be allowed inside.
Then a quick peek around wouldn't exactly violate the letter of that order.
Miss Vertin, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Is there treasure inside the tower?
Let me say this again. There are no monsters in that tower. And I am under orders to escort you directly to your rooms.
She blinks. Clearly, curiosity isn't only in the hearts of these new guests.
But if we were to say walk a bit too close and accidentally provoke some nearby creatures,
Mischievous critters often wander into the courtyards, and these ones have appeared just in time.
Oh, how terrible! It seems trouble has found us.
Well, I guess let's start messing around with Anmo Nala, right? Oh, I don't have a...
Your every desire is my command. Which of these darlings shall we attend to first?
I admire your courage.
Understood. Regaining control of our
here.
bodies. Do have a little faith in me, Master.
Don't worry. I look forward to
I will remember the sacrifice.
for you and for us. Flee,
Look.
mortals! Stay back, I said!
We share the same dream.
Shall I, Master?
To write a future for everyone.
Listen.
Flee, mortals!
Keep going. For our dream, comrade.
They gave me quite a start. Thankfully, they were easy to handle.
We can't let them run off. Who knows what damage they could do?
Lepera chases after the fleeing critters, who just so happen to be heading in the direction of the tower. It's nothing more than a coincidence. The half-hour-long game of tag finally comes to an end.
Now where could they have gone?
She searches for the colorful critters, a serious look on her face. In her concentration, she bumps into a wooden door flanked by lemon trees.
It may well be possible they fled into the tower.
The door stands at the base of the tower.
Is this the entrance?
Timekeeper!
Clearly, this door is not supposed to be opened.
Mi viejo, the Admiral. He won't be happy with this.
The sight of it is tantalizing just a touch, and it will swing open, revealing all the mysteries within.
But why? Is there something hidden inside?
Claw marks line the wall, and blood stains the door. Rabbit blood, bull blood, unblessed lamb blood. The wind stirs the lemon trees, filling the air with a faint scent of bay and myrtle.
There's an arcane array on the door. Is it to stop us from entering? Or to keep what's inside from coming out?
The arcane array looks ancient. It is weakened with time. She traces the markings with her fingertips. The blood flakes off, breaking a small gap in the array.
I have no idea. We're soldiers. We follow orders, no questions. As mi viejo would say. With all the flooding we've had, they probably shoved everything they wanted to keep safe and dry in there.
Lepera.
Modir rushes from behind, putting an end to their little accidental adventure.
You get lost on your way to the guest room, Spera. You know better than to be here. Your ship will be leaving early tomorrow morning. Please return to your rooms and get some rest. This is a military base, not an amusement park. Please, do not wander about, especially near restricted areas.
My apologies, Lieutenant. Perhaps you could point us in the right direction.
She steals one more look at the tower as they leave. The fruits on the lemon trees are plump and juicy. The old beast blood array appears dark in the sunlight. The wooden door creaks open a little, allowing an insect to fly in through the gap.
The Thea. It's gone.
Inside the tower, the sole prisoner has been quietly listening to their conversation. There's a ship leaving tomorrow morning. As the footsteps trail off, she gently pushes the door. The seal is indeed gone. She's free. Did Verton know what she was doing? Riptide. A journey always starts with a farewell.
Here, put this on, Para. It will allow me to track you should anything happen.
She fastens a small button to her sister's collar. This button connects the two of them tightly. With this, they will always be able to find each other no matter where they are. They kiss on both cheeks.
You'll remember to bring father a souvenir this time, yes? And promise me you will be careful. I do not wish for our Para to buy the farm just yet.
Don't worry about me, Molly. Worry about them. I'll kill them all if I have to. Every last one.
Damn. She makes sure to emphasize the totality of her determination.
All right. Enough blabbering. Do you two always share this little heart-to-hearts whenever you leave? I got nothing to say except bye. Or is the tortoise suddenly not so worried about its speed?
The ship signals its imminent departure.
Sotheby, do we have everything?
Naturally. Miss Sotheby is always ready to travel.
The ship is boarding now. After it departs, I will spend some time gathering intel on Mr. Duncan.
Who's Mr. Duncan?
Thank you.
We should be able to find him in the flesh once we get to town. Duncan and I go way back. And I'll introduce you to another friend. She lives in a bottle.
I'd be delighted to meet your friends. We should be going now. Lilia, I've told Admiral Eagle that he can rely on you for further assistance as necessary. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, I'll do whatever needs doing. Счастливого пути!
Having seen off their guests, Lieutenant Muldeer returns to the Admiral's office to report an incident from the previous night.
Admiral, a prisoner has gone missing from the tower.
She lowers her head as she awkwardly delivers her report.
We'll make sure it's kept under wraps. The seal was broken, and we are still investigating who might have been involved. I did encounter the timekeeper, Miss Sotheby and Lopera, near the tower yesterday. Still, I see no reason to suspect them.
They were the only people she saw near the tower yesterday.
The timekeeper doesn't have any incentive, and Lopera... No, she wouldn't be involved.
Until last night, the tower held a single unlucky prisoner, a lamb to the slaughter, a stalk of wheat in autumn, but now she has gotten away.
Find the prisoner, but don't attempt recapture. Let's see who she's been in touch with.
Understood.
Lieutenant, this was a failure that must not be repeated.
He grits his teeth as he stares at the map before him. Xeno shouldn't be like this. The ship departs, and before long, a dozen rowboats have surrounded it.
Whoa, look at those strange cowboys. What's they doing with those hooks? Are they trying
Pirates?
to hitch a ride?
Yes, they will use those hooks to grab onto the side of the ship and moor their boats to ours.
They're traders hawking homemade trinkets. Lepera politely declines them all. Oh, okay.
Take this, timekeeper.
Interesting.
What's this?
Just a map, in case we get separated.
The map is marked with at least 3 safe routes.
These will show you the way from the harbor to the veterans' residence. Though, it can't show you the safest way. For that, you'll need me. But what am I saying? San Paulo is perfectly safe. That's what the politicians say anyways. Never mind the talk of gangs, cartels, and greedy multinational corporations. Pure slander.
Thank you for the warning and the map. Let's hope I won't find any occasion to use it.
I hope so too. Well, we have a long cruise ahead. I'll leave you to your business. At the mice.
She waves goodbye, making her way through the energetic traders into the other side of the deck. The traders scamper around like little mice. Having made their sales, they're now scrambling to get a plate of food from the chef.
So the kitchen even prepares food for them?
No line cutting. You boy, back to your place. You up, or there will be no dinner for you tonight.
The chef taps his metal spoon, sending the boy back to his place in the queue. The boy sneakily grabs a few flatbreads, tucks them under his shirt, and scurries away. He bumps into Sotheby, crashing to the floor along with his stolen goods.
Hey, out of my way!
He stuffs the bread under his shirt again before running off. As he passes Sotheby, notices a glint of his arcane skill in his eyes. He runs like a child enchanted by the Rattenfanger as he bolts towards the corner of the cabin.
Miss Vertin, did you notice that boy? Wasn't he awfully strange?
You're right. Come on, let's go see what he's up to.
A woman hides in the shadows. Her face is familiar, but she wears an entirely new outfit. Is it really her? The lady at Tuesday's motel?
It's you.
The bread-stealing child is gone. Instead, Miss Kimberly is curled up in the corner, stuffing bread into her mouth with both hands. She stops and looks up, surprise in her eyes.
Oh, Burton! How? What are you doing here?
I was about to ask you the very same question.
The farewell at Tuesday's motel last month wasn't exactly pleasant. But she looks starved now.
Is this a new friend, Vertin? A pleasure to meet you.
Sotheby approaches, but Kimberly looks terrified. She freezes, a sticky lump of dough dropping from the corner of her mouth.
Please, take this.
She offers her a chocolate bar after moments of hesitation. Kimberly swallows, grabs the bar, and shoves it into her mouth.
Oh. Thank you.
She licks her fingers clean like a ravenous child.
Have you found what you lost since we last met?
Her face falls. It appears not.
Perhaps I could help.
Thank you, but I would prefer to do this on my own. I was the one who lost it, and I will be the one to get it back.
She's unwilling to cooperate, but there's no hostility. A strange and contradictory figure, an Arcanist who seems to be on the verge
The
of
ship is headed to
reformation.
Sao Paulo. Is that where you're heading as well? Would you like to accompany us?
A strange and contradictory figure, an Arcanist who seems to be on the verge of reformation.
Sao Paulo? I don't...
It's the ship's only destination. Where else could she go?
There isn't anything for me there. Only a bit of misery and pain. There's no more dancing, no feasts or banquets, no...
Her eyes dart away. There's nothing there.
No. I would rather we simply part ways here, Miss Virgin. Farewell and pleasant journeys. I'm indebted to you for your kindness. Ah, and your friend here. Aren't you just a sweetheart? Oh, I could just gobble you up for tea.
She reaches out and pinches Sotheby's cheek.
Oh, madam, please, you... This simply isn't proper or ladylike.
Kimberly smiles, as if she had just shed the baggage of their previous encounter and disappears into the crowd. There's an old legend told in the Desert Peninsula, encountering a demon is always a sign of bad things to come. Oh damn, this is long. Under the dazzling chandelier, they indulge in toasts and dances and self-congratulations, whispering lip to ear in high spirits. At the end of the red carpeted stairs, the object of their discussion finally arrives, lifting her skirt and offering a slightly apologetic smile. Matahari, Matahari, my darling. The rich and powerful are reduced to bubbling fools with only a coy smile. People gather and cheer, fervently chanting their hostess's name, circling at her feet, offering gold, offering jewels, offering their loyal hearts. Accompanying the hostess is her sister, like a shadow at her side. Whispers of this one echo through the depths of the mansion. The little girl who grew up in her sister's shadow rules this mansion-sized kingdom, a child accustomed to tearing apart hot roast chicken with her hands, wiping grease from her mouth with her dress, and banging her tail on the chandelier as if it were a wind chime. She roams the back garden, seated on a pony, laughing uncontrollably on his back as the scent of blood from the servant's thorn-pierced legs fills the airs. Gentlemen love her innocent malice, clapping to please her all the while. That is until a bullet pierces her sister's head. Fate reclaims all it has given, just as the man was banished from paradise, and so commences the prelude to wandering in exile. Merchants and drunken paupers covet her treasures. A farmer's wife exchanges a basket of cream cakes and eggs for her jewels. A child trades a wild flower for her hairpin. Finally, her dress is covered in dust, and the ornaments on her neck and wrists are all gone, like Inanna's encounter with the queen of the underworld. More malicious people end up wounded by her claws. Hunters love the scent of blood, swarming in for her bounty. So she hides in the forest, hides in the meadows, hides in the barn. Milk and meat run across the pasture. Grains fills the warehouse. She searches everywhere, but cannot find food of her own. When did all this change, sister? Why are my clothes always dusty? Why haven't the mansion's servants come to find me? As her claws soak into the blood of a young rabbit that's jumped out of its burrow, she feels an intense hunger for the first time in her life. So that's kind of the beginnings of Anho Nala. I caught that little thief. His bones were fragile and thin as twigs, but his newly grown teeth were sharp, otherwise I wouldn't have let him go. Okay. The wind blows through the Lepera's hair. The tourists gather at the ship's edge, watching the locals in small boats approaching the cruise ship.
A few treats to buy their worship, and they call it kindness. How undignified to be reduced to begging for scraps like a dog.
The children on the boats wave their hands and shout in an attempt to attract the tourists' attention. The crew and onboard priest have packed up supplies for the tourists to buy and throw to the impoverished children, all part of the tour experience.
Dignity doesn't count for much in the face of hunger.
The stranger nods, though he doesn't seem to completely agree.
Yet no man can live by bread alone.
And yet none can live without it.
You're a clever girl, Senora. But I hear from your accent you are no local. So what brings you to San Paulo? Business, ne? I have some business myself in the favelas.
This dude looks good.
Colombia, senor. And no, only a visit. To the San Paulo Veterans Residence. It's a safe place. If you find yourself in trouble, you should seek it out.
Oh, is it now? Thank you. You're very kind to offer.
I don't know why, but I feel like he's also one of the bad guys. Lopera idly tosses a small die up in the air and catches it in her hand again. The stranger's eyes follow the die as it traces its path.
Care for a game of dice, senorita?
What's the bet?
She glances at the black suitcase by the stranger's feet.
Well, let us bet against the goodness in one another.
He's got some of the colors and
Let us say
whatnot.
that the loser will cover the cost of all the food given to all the little vendedores today.
He's got the colors and whatnot that Sophia has. That's what makes me worried. After she did her transformation.
Well, let us bet against the goodness in one another. In the winner's name, of course.
A generous gamble for a conscience that knocks on heaven's door.
That's no small wager, senor. Still, I appreciate the good game.
The stranger smiles as he watches Lopera drop the die on the table and shake it in a wooden cup. In the wooden cup.
High-low then. Who goes first?
Ladies first.
Low.
Let's make it more interesting. 6. If it rolls anything else, you win.
She shakes the cup again, the
You
die...
mind?
She shakes the cup again, the die unevenly tumbling around inside.
I lost, just as was meant to be. So then, I am to be the vehicle of grace today. Might I have your name, Senora? So that all may know the name which is to be sung in paradise today.
Carlota Lopez Rivera. But it is Lopera should you ask after me.
Lopera of Sao Paulo. The defeated stranger picks up the die. He notices something in its design and cracks a smile. He places it in Lopera's hand.
That's an interesting die you have there.
It was only luck.
What's going on?
Do as I say, all of you!
Pirates. I figured it would happen. I just thought it'd be earlier.
Look, Vertin. There are some more river cowboys over
River cowboys.
I'm afraid they seem more like river pirates. Stay back, Sotheby. What do you want?
Where's the captain? We're changing destinations. The ship will be docking in the favela now. Or we'll blow it all to bits.
He flicks the lighter and lights the fuse on an explosive. He's panicked. Clearly, he's afraid of something.
Get out of the way!
Lopera has already drawn her guns. But the crowd is panicking. She can't get a clear shot.
Hold your fire, Lopera. There are oil drums on board.
Lopera notices the oil drums stacked behind the crowd. A single mistake could turn the whole ship into tomorrow's headline in the Sao Paulo papers.
Ugh, slimy rats.
She holsters her guns and charges forward with her bare fists.
Embrace rather than resist.
I admire your courage. Perfectly understood.
Sharp fangs.
Regaining control
Please,
of our bodies.
allow me.
That's not really the best you have to offer.
Cheer up. We share the same dream.
To the left.
To a brighter future for everyone. Stay back, I say.
Journey to the cosmos.
Dark embrace. Cheer up. I look forward to punishing you. Perfectly understood.
Listen.
Flee, mortals!
Keep going. For our dream, comrade.
Lopera grapples with the thug before wrestling him to the ground and punching him repeatedly in the nose. Oh. She tears the explosives off the pirate's body, but in that brief moment, the thug manages to pull one of her guns from its holster.
Lopera!
The fight halts, and the thug's trembling hand points the gun at Lopera. The oil drums are just a few steps away.
Either we go to the favela or to the bottom of the river. Claro? Make your call.
The favela. Are you with the Apostles' Brotherhood?
Huh?
They forced you into doing this, didn't they? Hijack the ship and bring it to us. Is that right? Too bad for you. This ship won't be making any unplanned detours today.
The pirate's eyes widen as he freezes in place, only his legs trembling. Lopera hit the mark, but the thug's reaction is extreme. His finger tightens on the trigger as his teeth chatter nervously.
Estúpidos! Get down!
The bullet flies past her shoulder, instead piercing an oil drum behind her.
Blazebusters?
A blinding flash of light and a heat wave hit them as the ship is quickly engulfed in flames. The ship lurches violently as the blast tears through the vessel and the water starts flooding into the hull.
Oh my god!
Lifeboats! Get to the lifeboats now!
God help us! This is hell!
Panic breaks out as the ship starts to split in half. More explosions follow. There's no sign of Miss Kimberly in the crowd.
Hold the railings! Stay on the deck!
Lepera shouts from the water as she clings to a piece of floating wood. She gasps for air as she bobs up and down in the water. Chairs, benches, and sailing gear disappear as the ship sinks further and further into the depths of the river. Sotheby clutches the guardrail tightly, but the ship is almost vertical and sinking fast.
Let go, Sotheby! You need to jump now! Join Lepera!
Screams fill the air as the tourists cling on for dear life, watching their friends and family hurtle towards the river. Like overripe oranges, one by one, they lose their grip and plunge into the depths.
Martin!
Flames lick the guardrails, melting the ship's cheap materials. The explosions ring in her ears. Sotheby closes her eyes and flings herself towards Lepera. Lucky for her, Lepera quickly grabs her hand and pulls her onto the wooden plank.
Somebody, please get her! She's still...
She is still on the ship. With one final explosion, the ship is obliterated. The ship is obliterated entirely. The river swallows everything. The sunlight ripples on the surface, growing farther and farther away. Whose hand is that?
Can't have you dying here. Why do we keep meeting in these awkward situations? Consider my debt paid.
Cool. So she was saved by Kimberly. Alright. Let's get back to it. Some people end up in prison simply because they're wrong friends. Unfortunately for her, she didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Prisoner named Miss Kimberly. Detention process. During the raid on the Apostle Brothers' stronghold, the subject was found alone, gnawing on a turkey leg, and was apprehended by Lieutenant Lepera's team. After interrogation, it was confirmed that the subject was indeed a follower of Menace Vindictae, but she knew even less than a typical follower, did not participate in the local rebellion, and was not involved in General Carlos's assassination. Therefore, unlike the other deserters, she will not be executed but held in custody, awaiting Admiral Igor's decision. Just leave her be for now, okay?
So, things went sideways. That's what happens when you put guns in the hands of amateurs.
What? There's a new voice! The grandma's gone!
But you handled the water better this time. You controlled your breathing, kept your airways clear, and this time, you remembered to lie back and float. Does it matter? I'm all you've got. We're at war. Bullets flying, wounds festering, typhoid, cholera, and all the worst of it. It's a living hell, and only fools think there's any honor in it. You never expect to see a familiar face again. Not in times like these. Now I need you to listen. There's something you should know. The raid on the river was a ploy, and its mastermind is an old acquaintance. As for the ones who carried it out, you already heard about them this morning. They promised their followers they'd push south, and they did. With their supplies secured by a mysterious third party, They paraded through every town along the way, playing as liberators and taking out anyone they decided were their enemies. They swelled in numbers, larger than any local gang or cult had ever gotten before. Now they swarm across the land like a school of red-bellied piranhas, always hungry, ready to tear apart anything that crosses their path. Chances are they're doing fine, just like you. Would have been nice if you caught what that little executioner and that gold-hearted gambler were talking about during their dice game. Guess you'll have to ask her later. Listen, I'm not here to run your errands or play your messenger boy, so ask nicely. There's nothing more I need to tell you, for now.
Okay. Oh, Sotheby's in the water. Is this Lopera?
The Brotherhood just took a beating from Xeno. If they're caught up with their own trouble, then we might have a golden opportunity to turn the people against them. We can't lose anyone else to their lies.
The old man next to him casts his fishing line. The bobber floats quietly on the river's surface. Across the river, a water anaconda eyes the two men beneath the shadow of a snakewood tree.
What do you say? Want to talk about plans?
The old man doesn't speak. Instead, he removes his sunglasses and pushes a cup towards his friend.
Here, drink up.
Thanks. Listen, as much as I enjoy being out here all day, we've got to take action now. The sooner the better, don't you think?
The young man takes the glass and downs it in one gulp, as his friend suggested.
Hold your horses, young Elena. Let me explain. Say I throw a punch at you now. Really hit you good. What next? Maybe you'll storm off at first. Then you round up your cousins. Maybe grab that Tommy gun you borrowed from Colonel Tiargo. Then you'll find me, all alone, and say, "You're done, you old fart!"
The old man laughs, mimicking shooting with his hands.
I'm not gonna harm you, kid. And if ever I do, remember that old Duncan must have his reasons, and he'd never harm a friend intentionally.
What is all that supposed to mean?
I'm rambling. I mean, true enough that Lopera hit them hard, and we both know that the Brotherhood will aim to settle that score. And they won't wait long. But if we don't play this smart, it'll only cause them to lash out more. Still, we do have to consider one thing. Those who chose to follow them never come back.
No. They don't.
So, let's seize the day. Grab opportunity by the horns, and maybe we stop losing more of our friends to those bastards. Right now, seems to me that Xeno is our best bet.
The young man considers this proposition.
That just might work, old man. With the Brotherhood falling apart, Xeno will start to look pretty good to folks here.
Ah, but not so fast, kid. We need a little patience. Let the line out a little first. If you fail to prepare, you're prepared to fail.
The bobber twitches.
Got it! Excellent!
The old man jumps to his feet, reeling in his fishing rod and fighting the unseen enemy in the water.
Don't think you can get away from me!
The fishing line plunges down into the river, the rod bending into a crescent.
You like to wrestle, huh? All right, let's see who gets the upper hand. Old Duncan is not about to lose a battle to... a fish!
It's a giant puff-puff fish, larger than any he's seen before.
Osa! Do you see the size of its belly? It's huge!
What looks like a large green cake is floating inside its translucent belly.
What a deal! Catch one, get one free. How generous, Mother River. All right, jokes aside, Galeno. Come on, help me get her out.
Old Duncan pulls out a knife and slices open the fish's belly. His catch bursts like a balloon, releasing air, water, and a girl.
This has got to be the strangest thing you've ever fished out from the river.
Another castaway floats downstream.
Duncan! Duncan!
Across the river, the water anaconda locks onto its target, slipping into the water and swimming toward her.
Look! She's got an anaconda chasing after her!
The water anaconda zigzagged towards its prey.
I saw it. Don't you worry.
Old Duncan sets the soaked girl down before lifting a blowpipe and aiming at the snake. The dart strikes, quickly draining the anaconda of its strength. It sinks to the riverbed like a coil of old rope.
Hang in there, Lopera.
No way!
Come this way, we'll get you. Here, take it.
He grabs a nearby vine and throws it into the water. Lopera grabs it and pulls herself toward the shore.
Thank goodness you were here to grab me.
She clambers onto the shore, shakes the water from her hair, and sits leaning back on her hands, breathing heavily.
But what are you doing all the way out here?
I was wondering the same thing about you, girl. Seems like a strange place for a swim. I suppose you wouldn't know anything about the girl we just fished out over there.
He points to the little girl who rolled out of the fish's belly.
Sotheby!
Sotheby got eaten. She's still breathing. The air trapped in the fish's belly must have saved her life. Lopera crawls over to her companion and smacks her back, helping her spit out the water in her lungs.
Hey, can you hear me?
Easy now, Lopera. We just cut her out of that fish's belly.
Sotheby coughs out the water in her lungs as she regains consciousness.
You're a veritable Jonah, aren't you? A familiar face appears in her blurred vision.
I dreamt of a very, very big fish. And I was in its belly. It was as wide as the sky. I couldn't breathe. A terribly strange dream, Mr. Carson.
She's awake!
Mr. Carson?
This is him. The man from that photograph is standing before her. She freezes. I gotta figured.
How?
The water slowly clears from her vision. The face before her is both familiar and strange. She knows it, yet she doesn't.
There's a little dirt on me. Here, and on the collar too. Oh, goodness. Why am I here? What?
Mr. Carson kneels beside her, but he's wearing some very odd
Could
clothes.
it really be you, Mr. Carson?
Carson? You must be mistaken, little lady. My name is Duncan. I'm a friend of Lopera.
That's right. Sotheby, this is Duncan from the Veterans Residence. We've known each other for a long time. You must be confusing him with someone else.
Now, up on your feet, little lady.
He takes her arm and pulls her out of the mud.
Mr. Carson! Oh, sorry. It's just... I didn't expect you to suddenly pull my arm.
Pardon me, little lady. We tend to be very straightforward here in the favela.
It's quite alright. Only... No, I just don't understand. You look exactly like Mr. Carson. How could you be anyone else? Except for your attire. And those shoes.
Her butler would never dress like this, sockless and patched up clothing. She notices the liquid swirling in his cup.
And the liquor?
No, her butler would never drink in front of the lady of the house. Sotheby decides to take a bold guess. She jumps up and nervously grabs Mr. Duncan's shirt.
Oh, pardon me, little miss. Are you not comfortable with us drinking? Galeno, put the cup away for me, please.
No, I only meant... Mr. Carson, it truly seems as though you've forgotten everything. Oh, but I'm being terribly unladylike.
She rambles incoherently. This behavior is totally against the lady's code of conduct, yet Mr. Carson remains utterly unfazed.
Still, you don't seem to mind at all.
Growing increasingly confused, Sotheby lowers her head, still clutching the hem of Mr. Carson's shirt.
I must be a dead ringer for this guy to have gotten you all flustered, little miss. Seems like you cared very deeply for this, Mr. Carson.
Yes, I did. So then, you really aren't him.
Sorry to disappoint, little lady. But I'm flattered by the resemblance. Maybe I can be your friend too. In fact, feel free to call me Carson. Why not? A rose by any other name, eh?
The old man hooks his pinky with Sotheby's and presses his thumb firmly against hers.
Mr. Carson.
I know how hard it can be. I lost my wife. And my comrade in arms. I even managed to lose his daughter after I promised to take care of her. She'd have been just about your age. I'm rambling again. I suppose what I'm saying is, I know what it feels like to lose someone you love.
She looks lost, unsure of what to think, but she still holds on to the old man's hand, seemingly making a small promise with him. Looking around, Sotheby realizes someone important is missing.
Oh no. But what about Miss Burton? We've lost her. Where could she be now? We must find her.
Slow down. We need to think things through first. Those knuckleheads blew up the entire ship. Which means our comms belong to the Caymans now.
Everything's in disarray. There's no way to contact the timekeeper. They don't even know if she's alive.
Not to worry. I've been through worse. Back in '82 on the Rio Negro... Before I go rambling on again, let's head back to the city. Come on now. Trust good old Duncan. Sorry, I mean Carson. Trust Carson to lead the way.
I really wonder if there's a relation. If there's more than just, you know, it looking alike. I kind of hope so. All right. To be honest, I never had the courage to open these letters until I found that drowning girl. A man in black lifts a fallen statue.
I've never wanted to put San Paulo through this chaos.
He shields the faint flame in his hand, reigniting the candles one by one.
Order, peace, unity. Those are my purposes. Much has been wagered here, Marcando. Much. Now it has been lost.
Your Reverence, it was Zeno. Those animals. We'll make them pay for what they did. Is that why you've decided to grace us with your presence, Your Reverence? There is a lot to do if we're going to recover the ground I've lost, Your Reverence. And there's something more. A new doctor down at the veterans' residence. Some blind woman. I would not bother you with it, Lord Santos. Except that she's been helping people in the favela, and it is swaying them toward Zeno.
Then this doctor is with Zeno.
She must be. She's always at the veterans' residence. Spends most of the day with those old war dogs.
His expression is tense as he mops the sweat from his forehead.
A doctor gaining the trust of the people in the favela. She'd make quite the prize, wouldn't you say, Marcando? A much more valuable bargaining chip to Zeno than a few deserters.
Marcando understands perfectly. In Sao Paulo, kidnappings are as common as bread.
You will see this task through, Marcando. But before that, we need to pay a visit to the favela. I've brought us some new blood.
So wait, are they like trying a prisoner exchange? Maybe.
See? Just like this. Wrap the wire around it. Better do it twice. And align the red and black. Slowly.
He delicately connects the copper wires and the current buzzes to life.
Unbelievable!
It's science, kids. Nothing unbelievable about it.
All fixed, he hands the communicator back to Lopera.
I don't know how to thank you, Duncan.
She straightens the antenna, adjusts the channel, and hurriedly contacts the base to report the situation.
Admiral, Lopera just called in.
Put her through.
Lopera, it's me. What happened?
Our ship was sunk. Miss Sotheby and I washed ashore near the favelas. As for the timekeeper, she went overboard. We lost sight of her in the commotion. Her current status is unknown.
The Admiral remains expressionless. He raises a finger, signaling Modir to inquire further.
We'll send people to find her and escort her to the veterans' residence.
Additionally, Lieutenant, I have some fresh recruits eager to enroll with Zeno. but they will need the Admiral's assurances that their families will be under our protection.
Moldir looks at the Admiral. He nods in agreement.
They have it. What's their ETA?
They'll leave at once.
Hera.
That little hothead.
Sir, your orders.
Leave the matter to me, Moldir. I will send someone to take care of this.
Moldir falls silent as she looks at her aging father, concern in her eyes. Silence spreads between father and daughter as the Admiral focuses on the die in his hands.
What did the Admiral say?
He agreed.
Did you hear that? Xeno will protect us!
Good news indeed. The young man claps his hands in excitement. But just as the celebration starts, it is cut abruptly short.
I have no doubt. They were working for the Brotherhood.
The Apostles' Brotherhood? They've bounced back quicker than I'd hoped. Still, we need to be cautious. Figure out just what they're after.
That guy looks familiar.
It's the stranger she met on the ship. He's walking among the Brotherhood.
That's him! He was on the ship with me.
He walks toward the crowd, passing out food and other useful items to those he passes.
The Brotherhood has experienced a setback, yes, as all great causes do. But we will rise again, for we serve the one true purpose. Hear me now, brothers and sisters, fellow Arcanists. Our days of anguish and deprivation are over. The Sufferer will walk among us once more, and we will bask in their divine grace.
Is that supposed to be Arcana?
The day of triumph draws near. Soon our wagers will pay off. All will reap what we have sown. You only need stand with us and take their blessings. In return for this, they ask only for your unwavering allegiance.
He pulls paper bills from his suitcase and throws them into the crowd. The crowd remains still in their confusion.
My brothers and sisters, speak. What do you seek?
No one answers him.
Senor, please. We only want to see our family again. Since they've joined the Brotherhood, we've had no word. We haven't seen or heard from them at all.
Nothing is more important than family.
But you will see them again soon. I tell you that they are even now faithfully serving our kind in a new land of prosperity. They're in Ushuaia, in Antarctica, in all places where the past and the future converge. There will be no more poverty, no more hatred, no more chaos. We shall reclaim what's rightfully ours. Remember this. Humans are vile and sinful creatures. They tortured our men and women, leaving our children to cry in hunger and desperation. But they've already played their hand. All their reason, their science, and their despicable organizations. They raise these rotten edifices to weaken us and leech off of our misfortunes, to blind us from our true purpose. But no longer.
Soon their games will be over, and every injustice and oppression they've held over our people will be returned tenfold. All that they've built will crumble down over their heads.
The crowd whispered in hushed tones, afraid to speak any louder. Hiding nearby, Duncan quietly leans over to Lepera and whispers a few words before handing her a rabbit patch.
Tell me, my fellow brothers and sisters, what is evil?
No one answers. The murmurs of the crowd quickly fade, creating a heady silence. A few crows fly over.
Evil is the absence of good. And to find what is good is to follow our path. The High One has promised us strength and glory.
Two followers carry a box emanating a sinister aura over to him. He opens it, revealing the blessings of the sufferer for all to see. It's those damn masks, isn't it?
Come with me.
He throws open his arms as he calls out once more, taking a step back in humble reverence to the sufferer's glory.
Manus mask.
In that nightmare back in 1929, disaster struck because the people who wore these masks. The memory is still vivid in
Sorrow
Sotheby's
will
mind.
weaken you, and fear may seize your hearts. Instead, let faith be your guide. Those who take that leap shall find themselves lifted up on the apostles' wings, while those who hesitate will be scorched by the fires at their feet. I have said all that must be said. We'll meet again here in 3 days' time.
He leaves them with a gracious and generous deadline.
Don't listen to him. He's a lunatic.
The little lady bravely steps forward, fervently warning the crowd.
And just who are you?
Marcando.
Santos quickly stops his subordinate.
As students of the truth, we have been granted a much stronger weapon than violence.
Lopera, follow my lead.
He stands beside Sotheby, taking her hand in his.
Sir, please forgive her. She has mistaken you for those pirates on the Tiete River.
So just a misunderstanding then? I'm no lunatic after all?
Yes, Your Reverence. She came across a terrible raid on her way here, you see. The poor girl was left terrified.
Well, I'll need more than a few words to convince my friends we have not been insulted.
Loyalty without tribute cannot be trusted.
I am an old man with nothing to give you but the truth. Believe me, sir, I came all this way just for you. I want to join the Brotherhood.
His words surprise everyone. Those who know Duncan are shocked, and those who don't are confused.
She didn't mean to offend any of the gentlemen here. Please, sir, she's only a kid.
Of course. I try never to take offense at a sweet young lady. However, if I'm to believe you, I will need you to up your ante to prove you are worthy, sir.
The old man kneels just as he did when he played the role of Carson for Sotheby.
If that's what you need, Lord, allow me to sweeten the deal. See that guy over there? His name is Galeno. He's been recruiting for Zeno. He told me so himself.
He turns and points at Galeno in the crowd.
Duncan?
No way.
Bring the young man closer, Marcando.
Are you out of your mind? Don't touch me!
He tries to flee, but the thugs rush at him on command. That was nuts. Did he really just like turn traitor on him?
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first?
I will remember your sacrifice.
Perfectly understood.
Keep up the pace.
Dark embrace. Do you have a little faith in me, Master? Take a deep breath. Calm
Is that
down.
really the best you have to offer?
Hooray. Perfectly understood.
Please, mortals!
Look. Please, allow me.
I look forward to punching.
Shall I, Master? For us. Hooray. This'll help. Regaining control of our bodies. Calm down.
To a brighter future for everyone.
Sweet dreams. By cupping the moon in the palm of my hand. Perfectly understood. I am the waves in the ocean and the stars in the sky.
Stay back, I say!
Now, to preserve this memory in our dreams.
In the chaos of the battle, Lopera grabs Sotheby and they hop onto a small wooden boat.
Let's go.
Surrounded, Galeno finally stops his struggle when a knife is pressed into his throat.
I admire your courage. But bravery alone won't protect you from harm. Tell me, son, is what he said the truth of it?
He turns his head, refusing to respond.
Now, you'll give me the names of Xeno's new recruits. Who are they?
A drop of blood falls from Galeno's neck as the cold blade of the knife presses into his skin.
Everyone! Every man and woman in this city that still has a shred of integrity!
Duncan punches Galeno squarely in the face, sending him reeling.
I'm not gonna harm you, kid. And if ever I do, remember that old Duncan must have his reasons, and he'd never harm a friend intentionally.
Galeno looks at him. He has that same old look in his face, determined, brave, and resolute.
This young man has one day to think it through. He will give us his names.
He sheathes his knife and hands Galeno over to his new companion.
Or he will give us his eyes and tongue as offerings. Mr. Duncan, let this task be set on you. Prove yourself worthy of our trust.
It will be my honor, your reverence.
Marcando, you'll stay with them. Don't forget what I told you earlier.
Oh, kill that loser. Marcondo's such a tool.
This place was once known for its inexhaustible mines, the riches of its rainforests, and its brave and passionate people. But now, the first two are gone. Chaos and power struggles loom over the younger generation, while the rich and well-connected sit atop their piles of corpses and rubble and feast, dining off golden plates with silver spoons, turning their noses up from the dogs at their feet. But that gold has lost its shine, and their silver spoons have tarnished. Everyone can see them for what they really are. So, what now? Either the people save themselves, or turn their fate over to the hands of the so-called savior. What would you do if it were you? Who's asking the questions here? Me or you? But fine. I'll clue you in a little about this savior. I once met a kid from Buenos Aires who told me about the hand of God that gave them the World Cup. He saw it as proof there was a higher power, something men should follow and seek protection from. Maybe he had a point, I don't know. Maybe there's truly something greater out there, or maybe it's just what we mortals need to believe. These men from the Apostles' Brotherhood used to be regular churchgoers just like anybody else. But faced with an opportunity to rise above their own cruel realities, they all too readily turned away. They left all their altars and took communion with a new god. Will this new path save them? Is it worth all their efforts? I can't say. But you wanted to know if this savior can save its own. Well, I guess you've got your answer now. No need to start panicking just yet. Things are still under control. Your lady friend has stepped up to solve this mess, and the veteran knows what he's doing. This city is unlike any you've seen before. You must learn its secrets to survive. Remember which street kids are from which alley, and what intel they can be relied on for. Learn the dates when the dealers bring their medicine into port, and figure out which water tanks hide the key to the local gang's safe house. Don't look at me for answers. It's none of my business.
Okay. On the margins of life and death.
In the narrow streets, violence is so often more than just a means to ending conflicts. It is a tool, and one all too readily used. I must note, however, with some relief that segregation so commonly observed in other regions is absent here. The Arcanists of Sao Paulo live alongside humans, with the latter often displaying traits more common to their Arcanist neighbors. Passionate, if a bit touchy. Life here is incomparable to the comfort, security, and freedom of New England. Hardship, violence, and oppression are the fundamentals of life, as constant as the sun, and as heavy as the rain. This country is renowned for its coffee and sugar. It is a land of beauty and bounty. Treasures too often extorted, whether by the princes of Europe and their donatarios, or now by the bankers and corporations. Despite all the centuries of treasures extracted from the land, desperation remains everywhere you look. It is a place where insurmountable wealth and the deepest deprivations are neighbors. Sometimes they lie only a street across from one another. The multinationals have cut open the country's throat, and now they drink it dry, leaving the people struggling with poverty and chaos. It is a bleak existence. Dear readers,
I share this with you so the story of these people might be heard.
The doctor sits by the riverside, a small group of children gathered around her. They watch in awe as her typewriter hammers the letters onto the page.
Shippy, do you know, has life always been like this here?
If you ask me, Doc, San Paulo in 1990 isn't much different from Nassau 1681.
Damn.
It's a shame. Between the sunshine and warm sands, there is a good life to be lived here, if only they were free enough to live it.
The summer is long, just like the suffering of these people.
I used to dream of traveling to all sorts of fascinating places. A foggy city by the Thames, and a little town blanketed in snow and sunflowers. I met so many different people, though I find I can no longer recall their voices. I have only their words left, only my records of them.
Have you heard of a weed down at the bottom of Lake Ilopango? The people there turn it into a polenta with cornmeal. Supposedly, if you have it, you'd recall every last thing that's ever happened to you. Every bit of it.
Wow! What's the weed called?
The children turn to the ship in the bottle, their eyes filled with curiosity.
They call it La Hierba del Tonto, Spanish for the fool's weed. You see, lad, only a fool would want to remember everything. Sometimes a little forgetfulness is a blessing in disguise.
I beg to differ, Shippy. To forget the past, its lessons in pain and joy alike, that isn't a blessing. It's oblivion. But let's not argue over some mythical weed. For all the claims, no one has ever seen it. Just another myth, like the succubus or the minotaur.
Aye, aye, let's talk about succubi instead. That's sure to get the lads pricking up their ears.
At the mention of this, the little ship goes off again.
Back in 88, I mean 1688 of course, our chief mate Mr. Morgan had an encounter with a succubus after he found her seal while carousing in Portobello. If the rumors tell true, once he got a hold of it, she grabbed a hold on him too. I couldn't say what transpired, but we never saw hide nor hair of him again.
No one can debunk her stories, but no one really believes them either. The children's curiosity fades and their eyes start to wander. One of them spots two big fish floating in the water.
Look over there! Something's in the water!
Two figures float among the trash in the river, sputtering and choking. One is clinging onto the other as they struggle to swim to shore.
What the devil is all that commotion?
Hey, wake up! Hey, stay with me! Can you hear me? Hello?
Kimberly pats her fallen companion's face. No response.
She's still breathing. Why won't she wake up?
Whew. What happened to the lass?
The little ship makes its way over, followed closely by the children and the doctor. Seeing the group of strangers approaching, Kimberly tenses up.
Miss, Are you all right? Is there anything we can do?
Dr. Torres.
Yes, I'm fine. The ship went down.
Blow me down. These waters are getting rougher by the day.
The little ship sways back and forth in its bottles, showing off its excellent condition.
And we drifted down the river until we reached the shore here.
A long way to go, only to end up in the favela.
I know she's traveling with her friends, but I don't know where they could be now. Everything happened so fast.
Shippy, what's going on? Are there people that need care? What's their condition?
Just one, alas. She's still breathing, but she looks like she's been keelholed for a bit too long.
Miss, please lay her down on her side.
Kimberly does as she is told.
What are you going to do to her?
The doctor kneels down, skillfully clearing the girl's mouth of any residue before starting chest compressions.
Save her, if I can.
One push, another. It's a professional instinct, the duty of a doctor. An unexplainable impulse drives her to revive the drowning girl. The girl coughs up some water. The doctor continues.
Good, good. She'll make it. Please, make sure her airway's clear.
She coughs out more water, but she still lies there, unable to move.
Are you sure about that, Doc? The lass looks paler than a ghost. I think she's burning up.
The doctor touches her forehead. It's burning hot.
You're right. We'll need to take her back with us. I'll fix some medicine for her. Would you give me a hand, miss? Help her up on my back.
Kimberly obediently helps the blind doctor lift the feverish girl onto her back.
Oh. She's almost as light as a child.
The children run ahead, pulling aside the hanging clothes for them to pass.
I need to run some tests and see if it's just an ordinary fever, or if she has contracted something from the water. Don't worry. You're safe with us.
The doctor speaks to herself, or perhaps in reassurance to the unconscious girl.
Wait up!
Home.
Kimberly catches up to the doctor, only now realizing how far they've walked. She steps into the doctor's home. Cool. So White Rum is supposedly supposed to be the ship of Anne Bonny, like the pirate Anne Bonny. And the hand that's like holding the bottle up is, you know, the skeletal hand of Anne Bonny. She used to comfort those childlike elders with a siren song that made them forget their pain in aged bodies. Oh, interesting. The ship's closer than I thought. Yeah, it's right here. Oh, they moved it up, I guess. Okay. Okay, first let's... Right here. The root of the people's illness lies not in their bodies, but in the future they perceived as a dead end. No medicine could cure that future. conversation filled with one-sided questions doesn't necessarily have to feel like an interrogation. Miss Barbara, thank you for agreeing to this conversation. Please relax. This is the Foundation's way of reciprocating the Atu's interview. We can proceed at your leisure. Yes, it's rare to be the one asking the questions and hosting an editor from Atu. Let's make the most of this opportunity regarding your method of avoiding the storm. I'm sorry, but as you probably know, you cannot hear the wind, so you cannot hear the secrets of the storm. There's nothing I can do about that. Atu shows no interest in cooperating on the storm issue. I'll note it down like this for the record. That doesn't sound like an amicable record, but maybe that's how it's perceived by you. Let's move on to the next question. From what we understand, Atu has a unique communication method. Can it help you locate each other? Does it work for ordinary contributors? Only Atu members can hear the wind, but I can ask about the source location of the contributor's package for you. Miss Barbara? Sorry, the wind just told me something unrelated. I need to head to Texas now. That's leading up to the Highway 77. But our conversation isn't over. I apologize, but I must go to Highway 77 immediately. Please allow me to end the call. The other party hung up. Matilda has been appointed as special investigator to continue our interview on Highway 77. The task has been transferred to the timekeeper, and the timekeeper has returned with information indicating that Erd might be at the Sao Paulo veterans residence in Brazil. Okay, so Matilda was originally supposed to go, but Matilda was caught up with all the shenanigans going on in San Francisco. So that's why it was moved to the timekeeper. Okay. Aged like fine wine. A fan whirls loudly, yet the room is just as hot as the outside. The doctor gently lays the unconscious girl down, resting her head on her lap. She lightly strokes her flushed face.
So you weren't even traveling together, and still you brought her all the way here. You have a good heart, Miss Kimberly.
You flatter me, Doctor. It was only that the current pushed her to my side when we all fell into the water. And I just couldn't forgive myself if I were to let her drown.
An accident, or perhaps fate?
In fact, she and I had met briefly before, in Texas. We didn't part on the best terms.
Sometimes we find ourselves in quarrels, even among friends.
No, we aren't.
Shh. We should let her get some rest.
Kimberly falls silent. She squats down, watching her the way a cat. Oh my gosh.
May I touch her?
She squats down, watching her the way a cat peers at a sleeping baby.
Fever is one of the biggest dangers here, though it's still better than diarrhea and vomiting. I'll take her to the veterans' residence for further treatment once her condition stabilizes.
It almost looks like she's only sleeping.
Are you two really not friends? Seems to me that you care for her very much.
She helped me. She was kind to me on the ship. That bloody ship. I don't know what happened.
Shh. Hush, please.
The doctor presses a finger against her lips, a gentle smile on her face.
My apologies.
She has the face of a guilty child.
As I said, it It was only twice that we'd met. And somehow, both times turned out quite terrible for me.
The doctor strokes the feverish patient's hair. It's beautiful, almost the same color as hers.
Her hair is so silky. It's smooth and soft, like fine rain in my hands.
The doctor gently combs the hair with her fingers, slowly untangling the matted strands.
First it was Tuesday's motel. Things there turned into a right mess, and I didn't find what I'd lost. Then, in that manner, just as I was about to enjoy a bit of dinner, a wild girl burst in. They caught me, threw me into a tower, and locked me up. I was stuck there, waiting like a lamb to be slaughtered.
But you've made it through. You're safe with us. No one is going to hurt you here.
Thank you, Doctor.
Kimberly gently takes the feverish girl's hand into her own. It's limp and slightly rough to the touch. The blurred memory of her sister comes to mind, as well as the wrinkled, warm faces of her friends cheering her on.
Goodbye.
Satisfied that she has paid her back for her kindness on the ship, Kimberly leaves through the back door. The little ship in the bottle is waiting for her on the other side.
Leaving your friends so soon, lass? Well, come as you are. I'll give you a lift. Perhaps we might have a bit of an old jaw along the way. After all, it's rare indeed to see one of your kind out and about these days.
A lift? Pardon me, madam, but I'm not sure you could bring me anywhere. You're a little too small and a little too stuck in that bottle.
A galleon, born from the 16th century's dreams of exploration, she awakened and slumbered once again until now, a time in which there were no more uncharted lands to uncover.
Climb aboard, matey. So where's our heading? Or shall we go for a ride on the river? Don't be shy, I aim to make a friend of you.
Kimberly looks hesitant.
Don't be shy. I let the little ones play on my deck all the time, climbing here and there, like a bunch of cheerful little monkeys. And not just them. I ferry the good doctor from here to the veterans' residence, too. You'll have to wait till we reach the sea to see me at my full size. Once the water opens up, that's when I'm really free.
The sailboat slowly drifts away from the doctor's hut.
Now, I ask again. Where are we going, mate? Can't just let the wind decide our course.
Why not? I should like to go somewhere nobody will ever find me.
Confusion, chaos, escape. Perhaps tomorrow will be just like all those
I'm
yesterdays.
afraid there's precious few places like that anymore, lass. I've spied the globes they've got nowadays. Seems like every last step is covered the four corners and back.
Verton's suitcase
But
you can
aren't
hide
you
in.
a strange sight, lass? You know, I've seen your kind before. Beautiful to look at, aye. But there's a darkness in you that lies beneath the surface, isn't there? But you're not like the rest of them, you'd say. Well, I would sooner believe in a map to El Dorado before I'd swallow the idea of a succubus with a heart of gold. So, is that girl your master? Did she have your seal? If that were true, then heart of gold or coal wouldn't matter for none. You'd be as thick as old tar.
She's been found out. She's a member of an ancient race once wanted, even hunted, and now forgotten by the world. A few seagulls land on the boat's edge, joining them on their journey.
What? Are you wondering what gave you away? Your gloves don't do much to hide those claws. I could feel them pressing on my railings as soon as you hopped on.
Kimberly immediately hides her hands behind her back. Oh, her reaction betrays her.
No use hiding them now, matey.
Her hearty laugh sends ripples through the water.
You!
Kimberly scratches the mast with her claws, but this small protest does nothing to dissuade the ship.
Are you going to turn me in?
She looks around. This place looks safe enough. Just one small leap and she'd be back on solid ground.
Turn you in? And how do you suppose I do that? I'm only a ruddy ship. Bring me back up on land and I'll be stuck right back in the bottle. No, lass. I've sailed with rougher folks than you. My old captain had a bounty on her head, too.
She's a fugitive, hiding like a frightened bird. Thunder rumbles in the distance, scattering the birds perched on the roofs on either side of the river. It makes her quiver, but for the boat, it brings back fond memories of sailing in the roaring westerlies with her captain. Rain starts to pour, the wind picks up, filling the ship's sails and racing her down the river.
Just so you know, I very much doubt they'll pay you anything for handing me over.
Maybe so, maybe so. Now, you've got the law in your tailwind. What happened? Did you spring loose from the old gibbet? Mark me now, young lass. If you're going to try to pull one over on me, you'll have to do a lot better job than that.
The same old trick.
Are you
That same
mocking
old
me?
trick.
This is not how one ought to treat a new friend.
Quite right, lass. So then, who are your pursuers? And your master? Shouldn't you be under his protection? My old crew would say any captain that can't keep a ship safe is only good for bait.
I have no idea where he is, or where my seal is for that matter. He was a no-good fool, though. Or only good for bait, perhaps.
That's right, that random...
I hope he's dead, rotting in some sewer back in San Francisco.
Yeah, it was that random guy in San Francisco. The rain stops, brief and intense, just like her escape.
Well, mortal flesh doesn't last long. I've ferried many a passenger in my days, but none yet have escaped when Davy Jones came calling their name. As I recall, the first that went was William Halfleg. He lost the other half in a fight at the port of Southampton, hanged on the governor's orders. And Edward the Red Hand, a nasty piece of work from the Low Countries, loved a bit of throat cutting, until he got his own throat slit by some fool in a ramshackle pub on Tortuga.
She fondly remembers every one of her crew, though they all died hundreds of years ago. It still feels like yesterday to her.
Sounds as though they got what they deserved.
That they did, lass. They all got what they deserved. Some hanged, some drowned, some we marooned on a desert isle with naught but a pistol and a flagon of rum. I've been to Plymouth, Nassau, Port Royal. I once even slipped into Seville disguised as a merchantman to smuggle pepper and cinnamon. Wherever the captain wanted to go, we sailed.
An exciting, dangerous life, yet ordinary in its own way. The countless cannonball scars on her hull alone tell the story.
But one by one, Davy took them all. Now here I am. A ship without a captain. My own master. I suppose that's a lot to take in. You ever thought about living a different life? To set sail for some far corner of the sea? Living on spiced rum and jerky thick as a buccaneer's hide?
I love how it rains
How's
inside
that
the
sound,
bottle
lass?
sometimes.
Not that I'm saying we set sail today. It's only a bit of old fancy.
I really can't say, Chibi. I suppose I can't. Not yet, at least. There's something important I need to retrieve.
That's Captain Whiterum to you. The ship of a captain and captain of the ship.
I prefer... Wait. Sorry. What did you...
Seasick? As the ship docks, she leaps back ashore, doubling over in an alleyway in Riches.
Seasick? I hadn't thought your kind capable of it.
I didn't expect this, either.
A can rolls over, gently hitting her foot. Annoyed, she kicks it away. Not far away, a few boys have been practicing their soccer skills with it. One mischievous boy kicks the can back towards Kimberly.
What now?
This time, she picks up the can and angrily throws it at the boy's head.
Caramba! I like this girl, she's feisty.
He straightens himself up as he slowly makes his way toward her, a cocky grin on his face.
What with the Brotherhood, Gorota? You apologize, now we might just let you go. Don't you know that Lord Santos is back? We can make this rougher for you if you like.
Careful, me lads. I wouldn't pull those knives. Things may go rougher than you'd bargained for.
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first?
My mom can throw plates better than you can throw that garbage.
I will remember. Perfectly understood. Hot scale. Dark embrace. Flee, mortals. I look forward to punishing you. The right. To the left. Perfectly understood. Listen. Shine. Stay back, princess.
It's kind of annoying.
Calm down. I look forward to punishing you.
I admire you. We share the same dream. Sharp fangs. So bright a future for everyone.
I am the waves in the ocean and the stars in the sky. Sweet dreams. Now, to preserve this memory in our dreams.
The boys are no match for her.
Not so tough now, are you, boys? Try this again, and I'll make a mince out of what's left of you.
She angrily kicks the can into the river.
I know your fathers, me boys, and I think they wouldn't be none too happy to hear you claiming to be with the Brotherhood.
Let go. We're wasting our time here.
You got wrecked, little boy. The boys scurry off, muttering under their breaths.
Bilge rats, the lot of them. Not even fit for the apostles. Brotherhood always lets their knives do the talking. If there'd been any doubt of what you are, lass, that fight sure cleared it up.
A roll of bandages fighting back death's descent on her patients and extinguishing the world's light from the eyes of the doctor. A magazine clipping is posted next to a pile of glass souvenirs, a very effective promotion. Perhaps you're familiar with the Royal Society, maybe you're even able to name every president, but do you know its predecessor, the mysterious Scholars Assembly known as the Invisible College? Today we will introduce the central figure of the Invisible College, Robert Boyle, the famous alchemist and natural philosopher and founder of modern chemistry, along with his mystical stories. When discussing Boyle, one must mention Boyle's law, which states that at constant temperature, the pressure of a gas is inversely proportional to its volume. Boyle demonstrated this with a U-shaped tube filled with mercury, but before that, Boyle tried various devices and countless designs in his quest for a frictionless flask with a piston. He even employed arcane skills, casting an incantation of proportional scaling into a flask. As a result, the flask could indeed compress and expand objects perfectly. However, arcane skills being what they are, the object's mass would shrink with its volume, and the process would cause noticeable temperature changes. The very successful arcane skill, but a failed experimental apparatus. These flasks were eventually donated to the Royal Society, but it's said some ended up in private hands. So keep an eye on the ordinary flasks around you. One of them might just be the highly convenient Impossible Flask. The Untold Stories of Invisible College, Boyle's Impossible Flask. Okay. Hey Galio, how you doing? Alright, let's see. Is there something here? Okay, we did get something. We saw this one. Sometimes they sing, but the elders always weep, then whisper softly that it's not my fault. Oh, nice. So now you can really kick ass with Carlotta. She's so much fun. Let's see. We're about halfway. I'm betting it goes to about 22 or 23. We'll see. Did you saw the new characters? See the new characters? Are you talking about Brant and Phoebe? Mm-hmm. I sure did. I'm not quite sure how they're gonna function, but they look cool.
Listen up. We're the Apostles' Brotherhood, not some worthless favela gang. So we start off nice and easy. And if the doc doesn't play along, well, then we make her play along. Claro?
This guy's such a tool. Yeah, they're Brant is definitely a Chong Li From the looks of it, he's going to be a Chongli like partner. Now Phoebe, I don't know. I don't know. Claro. The feverish girl looks to be doing so much better than before. Dr. Torres is crouched beside the bed, gently wiping her face. A few uninvited guests burst in.
Hola. How can I help you, gentlemen?
Hey, is she really blind?
I'm afraid yes. But please don't worry. I'm more than able to treat all my patients. Are you feeling unwell, sir?
Marcondo glances at the patient on the stretcher and signals to his men. His dogs quickly surround the patient.
Sir?
We heard that you're a good doctor. We got someone who needs your help. You're Dr. Doris from the Veterans Residence, right?
Yes. And may I know who you are? I won't turn away a patient, but I'll also need some assurance that you can be trusted, sir.
So, is she coming with us or not?
What? This dude looks like a... he looks like a Yakuza. He kicks over a cabinet, causing the test tubes within to smash in a small explosion on the floor. What an asshole, man.
Did you hear that?
Sounds like some kind of explosion near the clinic. Should we go back?
It could be an accident, but she's got away with her equipment. Doubtful she's the cause of this. Steady on then. Let's hurry back and see for ourselves.
Ooh, is Anhanala gonna kick her ass?
That's not how you treat a doctor, lads.
Oh, please kill this tool. The thugs instinctively draw their knives, a habit developed in their line of work.
What are you doing to her?
Lord Santos would like to have a word with the doctor. That's all.
You're not taking her anywhere. Don't you see she's taking care of this girl?
She bares her claws, digging her heels into the ground. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not asking for permission, sweetheart.
This guy's such a tool. Marcondo snaps his fingers.
Grab the doctor. Ice the rest of them.
Ice the rest of them. I don't know. I'm sure there's a. I'm sure there is a. It'll tell you how lucky you were.
Please, allow me.
I think Vikichun was telling me that she ain't worth it.
Look. Shine.
But I would know because I don't have her.
I look forward to punishing you. Now, to preserve this memory in our dreams.
Kimberly grasps the head of the thug in her claws, poised to crush it, but she hesitates, glancing back at the doctor.
Stop. Enough. I won't have you fighting in my clinic.
Kimberly releases her grip.
Doctor?
But they've got the girl, Doctor.
The feverish girl's unconscious body has been thrown over the shoulder of one of the thugs.
This lady definitely isn't from the favela. So what's she doing here?
She's ill. She needs my help. That is all I ever ask.
Well, all we need is you, Doc. So how's about we make a deal? You come with us, we let the rest of your friends go.
Dude,
Understood?
just kill him.
So be it.
Oh my gosh. She doesn't hesitate to accept.
Please, Doctor, stand aside. I'll happily take care of these rats.
Kimberly should just kill him.
I have no doubt about that, miss. However, once violence starts and blood is spilled, there will be no end to it. For now, I would be happy to meet with the Senor Santos and seek out a peaceful resolution. I'll come with you.
See? We can all be friends.
I guarantee you this guy dies by the end of this. He's such a loser. The thug pushes the feverish girl towards Kimberly.
Burton.
Oh, you shouldn't have said Burton. Kimberly catches her, holding her tightly in her arms.
If she doesn't wake up tonight, take her to the veterans' residence first thing in the morning.
All right, get the doctor straight to his reverence.
A long sleep with no dreams. No worries, no troubles, no thoughts. Like being back in a warm, dark, damp room. She awakes to an unfamiliar place. It's quiet and strange.
Have a good rest, did you, Sleeping Beauty?
White rum.
Burton.
You've missed quite a bit. All terrible, I'm afraid.
A talking ship inside a bottle. A tiny floating fortress on the water, and beside her, a worried Miss Kimberly.
Where am I?
You and this lass were drifting down the river after your ship went down. You'd have met Dr. Dorres had you woken up a little sooner.
Doctor?
Dr. Dorres. Yes. She's a doctor from the veterans' residence. She saved you from the very claws of death.
She...
She can't walk. Her body is still too heavy.
Aye, you were burning up, lass. But the good doctor pulled you through. She was right there by your bedside the whole time. The good news is, we think she's still alive.
Still alive? What's the bad news then?
The bad news is she's been snatched up by the Apostles' Brotherhood.
What?
Rest now, lass. They aren't likely to hurt her for now. You'll need your strength for later. Some scallywag by the name of Santos wanted to have a word with her, so they said.
Everything has gone to hell since that ship sank.
But Lepera and Sotheby, where are they?
There's a shooting pain in her arm.
I remember we all fell into the water.
I'm sorry, I didn't see them. I only... We washed ashore together.
My map. Have you seen it? I have to get to the veterans' residence. They may very well be waiting for me there.
Come on your feet.
Well, I may be just the ship to get you there, ladies.
Nice. Yeah, I'm assuming with her you may Well, you probably don't want a 100% crit rate. You probably still want to hit that 1 to 2%, 1 to 2 ratio with it. The only time you really want to make sure that you like cap the hell out of out of crit percent is when you have a unit that just so much of its damage is tied to like a single attack. Best example I can give is Navia from Genshin Impact. Otherwise, you generally always want to stick to the golden rule of a 1 to 2 ratio on crit to crit damage. Basically, the more damage that is in a single shot, the higher the crit rate you want. Okay. Sao Paulo Bossa Nova. Favela. After instructing his men to take Dr. Doras to their chapel hideout, Marcando walks over to Duncan, who is watching over a group of hostages.
You're a clever one, viejo. I like working with your type.
The hostages, Galeno among them, are lined up on their knees, their hands tied behind their backs. Marcando has ordered they be taken to the manor.
Much appreciated. I've tried to pick up a thing or two over the years.
You've had plenty of time to learn, a man of your age. By the way, what about that girl? Where'd she go?
Sotheby is missing.
Dunno. Maybe got scared away. You know how little rich girls are. I'm certain she's found her way back to her daddy's bodyguards. She'll be no cause for concern.
Fine, fine. No need to worry about this spoiled little girl. Now this bastard, on the other hand.
I bet he's setting him up for an infiltration. Marcando kicks Galeno hard in the stomach.
Leave the boy be. He's not got much time left if he doesn't give up those names.
His eyes dart around, keenly scanning his surroundings. Marcando had left with about a dozen men, and he's only come back with 9.
Hot enough out here? Luckily, I've got a bit of vino left. You a fan of wine, Senor Marcando? I'll fetch some for us, and all the brothers and sisters here. Let's drink to the Brotherhood and the opportunities that lie ahead.
You old fox, I see your game. But why not? We could all use a drink.
This guy.
You, over there! Keep a watch on this guy. Don't let him get away.
He's so getting his ass handed to him. He gives Galeno a kick in the backside as he leaves. Old Duncan waits by the water, his eyes anxiously fixed upstream. Eventually, a small boat carrying Lepera and a few men rows into view.
Finally.
The boat docks and they jump ashore one by one, carrying spiked wine in their hands.
Duncan, you nearly had me there. When did you plan all this?
I've had it brewing for a while, but things have been changing fast lately. Honestly, I didn't expect to be doing this now.
He counts the men, just 6 of them, fewer than expected, but enough.
There's enough snoring syrup in the wine now to put them all in a dreamy, deep, deep sleep.
Snoring syrup.
Oh,
I love her
It
alchemical
might have
names.
had a stronger effect if I had included a dash of slumber belladonna in the recipe.
This will be more than enough, little lady. We only need to get them to drink the wine. Then...
The voices here are all
Then
great.
you must drink this. Just a drop.
She rummages around in her skirt for the potion. Eventually, she produces a bottle of thick pine green liquid.
It will stay on your tongue and prickle around in your mouth. That way you won't drift off like the others. I've concocted much tastier potions before, but this one...
Memories of her past experiments come flooding back, almost bringing her to tears.
It'll do just fine. Thank you, little lady.
He smiles as he takes the bottle and downs its contents. He raises his flute, signaling the next step of the plan.
Pass me the wine and wait for my signal. When you hear me playing this flute, you'll know it's time to strike.
The voice acting in this game is like S tier. It's so good.
The wine's here, courtesy of an old friend from Mexico. Take a glass, everyone.
Here's to his reverence's good health.
To his reverence's health.
Dude, he looks like a freaking Yakuza.
To Marcando, to the Invincible Brotherhood.
To Marcando!
The flattery and alcohol have successfully lowered Marcondo's guard.
Duncan, is that your flute? Give it over.
Marcondo snatches Duncan's flute and looks it over. Uh-oh.
This is a fine flute. Duncan, did you said that you got a friend in Mexico? Huh? You know that old Mexican song, La Llorona?
Uh-oh. Can't blow the flute just yet. A few men are still awake.
That I do! I learned it from the best! In the cactus back in Tulum. From a fine young lady with silky hair and gentle eyes as dark as coffee.
An improvised lie. Oh my gosh, I can't even pronounce it. An improvised lies, but there's truth to it. The Cactus Bar in the Tulum
How
is real.
fine was this? Chica, huh?
Chica. It seems beautiful ladies are much more interesting than music to him. Nice
Don't
save.
let me start spinning that yarn. It'll be no fun for you to watch an old man bursting into tears.
Lies and fake tears. Duncan's acting wouldn't fool the sober, but with his audience under the influence of alcohol and potions, he just might get away with it.
I'll only say I was heartbroken by the time I left. Ah, that love of mine. Anyway, enough about the old flames of yesterday. Let's raise a glass to a better tomorrow.
To poor old Duncan.
What a tool.
To poor old Duncan.
Duncan adeptly retrieves his flute before pouring out more drinks. He feigns joy, drinking and laughing with his new friends until they're too drunk to stand. Every one of them is utterly inebriated. Marcondo and his hounds pass out one by one until they're all fast asleep.
It's time.
He blows the flute and his companions
Good.
jump into action.
Good music. Who are you?
Oh, we have to fight the drunks.
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first? I will remember you said.
You know, I never played Far Cry 3.
Sharp fangs.
First Far Cry I played was 4.
Let's get it over quick.
In fact, one of the games that's on my list of games to play is 5 or 6. Far Cry 5 or 6. I can't remember which one. Maybe both? I don't know.
Bright a future for everyone.
Legit, I have both. I have both in my possession. 5 and 6, and I haven't played either of them. They're still in shrink wrap.
Cheer up.
They're tapping into the left.
Another jar?
I am the waves in the ocean and the stars in the sky.
Man, I can't catch up. And then new games keep coming out. I just
3 games.
September's got a whole bunch. I mean, February's gonna have a whole new set of games. Dude, what's with this dude? Is this supposed to be Marcondo?
I admire your courage. I will remember your
Look at him.
Heart's here.
Got you. Finally, it's just you and me, Master. Do 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 do.
Lopera! Galeno! Come on, give me a hand!
Pinche traidor!
Time to cash you out.
Dude, just throw him in the water. He pins the struggling Marcondo to the ground.
You'll be begging for Lord Santos' mercy.
Be reasonable, kid! The Brotherhood is finished! Your time's up!
He pulls the knife from Galeno's waist and finishes Marcondo off the Sao Paulo way.
Don't let them slip away!
Dude, did he really kill him?
Mr. Carson, but you...
She swallows her words. No, her butler would never do something like this. Oh yeah, he killed him. I knew he was gonna die. This is the raw, fierce power of a man who's lived on the streets of the favela. Meanwhile, Lopera catches up to the fleeing thug and cracks him over the head with the butt of her gun.
Let me.
He picks up a metal bat and stands over the fallen thug in front of Lopera.
Think you can handle this?
Yeah, I've got it.
Little girl's asking if this big dude can do it. He swallows hard and aims at the spot where the gun butt had struck.
For the favela, the Brotherhood must go!
The battle is over.
Sorry to put you through all that, kid.
Don't mention it. If this means we can get rid of them for good, it'll all be worth it.
Dude, it was so funny
So what's
when they threw him under the bus.
Next, Zeno will come around to pick you up. But first, we've got to get back to the veterans' residence.
Unease spreads among the group. They exchange a few glances.
No, senor. One of you has to stay. The people need to see you, or they'll worry that you've deserted us.
I can make it there on my own. Stay with him, Duncan.
And me!
An unexpected volunteer steps forward. I love how brave
I've
Sotheby
seen
is.
there are many sick children here in the favela. I'm certain that I could do something to help them.
I'm not sure it's a good idea, Sotheby. The favelas can be dangerous if you don't know them.
Duncan's got
The
her
brave
back.
young lady can stay with me if she likes. I'll keep her safe.
Galeno and the others nod.
What do you say to that, little lady?
Miss Sotheby is never afraid.
It's decided then. Lopera, head for the veterans' residence. Tell them what happened and contact Admiral Igor from there.
All hesitation leaves Lopera body when she hears her father's name.
Galeno! You've done us proud, kid. If I were king, I'd have made you a knight. Who knows? Maybe the little lady could do that for us. But first, young Galeno, we'll seek another deed worthy of knighthood. It's time we fight for our people.
An ordinary-looking wrench bursting with stories and the marks of time, just like the old craftsman it belongs to. Really? I mean, I guess I never tried her with, like, an upgraded weapon that wasn't her signature weapon, so I wouldn't have noticed the difference. Let's see, it's Duncan? Okay. Don't be fooled by its plain appearance. This here is the foundation of all my work, just as much as my calloused old hands. Ooh. Oh, okay, we're in the... Silent Night, Holy Night. The route from the favela to the veterans' residence is quite familiar to Whiterun. She has ferried the doctor back and forth countless times.
You ever been to a veteran's residence? Not many young faces there, besides Lopera. As far as the doc goes, doubtful anyone knows her real age. And even the saltiest sailor knows better than to ask a lady her age. Ooh, I see that joke missed the bow, so to speak.
No, no. It wasn't a bad joke at all. Really.
A joke would usually warrant some kind of response.
Aye. Thanks for the kind words, lass. But best to leave old Flotsam where it lies.
Mame Mariana from the veterans' residence brings out some snacks. There's plenty of sugar to go around in this neck of the woods.
Have you been feeling this sweet young lady's head with your tall tails, Shippy?
The little ship used to live with a doctor in the veterans' residence, but today she returns alone, and neither one of her two passengers
Sorry
is
to
her
show
old
up
roommate.
without proper notice.
Don't worry about it. Any friend of Lopera is a friend of ours. Oh, if you'd come a couple of days earlier, we would have introduced you to Senor Duncan and Dr. Doris. But they've not been around in a while.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to meeting them. Hopefully we'll see them soon.
Kimberly wanders the courtyard. She's still on guard, but she seems to be oddly familiar with this place.
You know, I knew a girl who looked just like her. A caregiver here way back in the 60s. Back when this place was
Really?
called Heartfelt Home.
No way, that's Kimberly's home. She scratches the chin of the kitten in her arms.
But it can't be her now, can it? Besides, I'm old now, and my memory is a bit fuzzier than it used to be.
May I see Dr. Doris's room?
She wouldn't mind, but please be careful not to move anything. Is that one over there, dear? She never locks the door.
The place looks no different from the other rooms in the courtyard, but the door is slightly ajar. Green vines hang from the roof, and the weathered walls bear the passage of time. It's a simple little home. Kimberly stands by the door, a stray cat in her arms. She scratches its belly.
Hmm? How dare you scratch me!
Cat leaps out of Kimberly's arms, grabs hold of one of the vines, and clambers over the wall of the veteran's residence.
Get back here, you fluffy rapscallion! I'll have your tail, you hear me?
She's not as agile as she looks, or perhaps the kitten has made her soft. She fails to catch it, instead stumbling into the door, throwing it wide open and hitting the floor with a thud.
Do be careful, Miss Kimberly.
How did that happen? And how long have you been standing there?
Just a little while. Funny, I've never thought to open a door like that before. Come along, let's take a peek inside.
It's a rather ordinary guest room. Except there's a peculiar white marble chair sitting by the window. It has a red button on the armrest. What? The marble feels familiar, but no memories come to mind. Odd how they both have the same kind of familiarity with this place.
Huh? What's this red button on the chair?
The button seems totally out of place, as if daring someone to press it. Kimberly takes a seat and curiously presses the button. Click, click, click. Despite her fervent pressing, nothing happens. Frustrated, she swings her legs over the side of the chair, over the other side of the chair.
Good for nothing.
A tasteless decoration. No one knows why this chair is in the doctor's room. But pressing the button didn't trigger an explosion or anything of the like. It's simply a functionless, harmless little contraption. On the other side of the room, the doctor's desk holds a stack of manuscripts.
These must be articles that she hasn't sent out yet.
Notes on the districts of Sao Paulo, records of arcanists in the favelas, investigations into plantation economies on northeastern
She's a good
Brazil.
woman. And her room smells like a good woman's room. You don't find many of those around these days.
What makes you say so?
Well, firstly, she did save your life. And secondly, it's hard to explain. Good people have a smell. A pleasant one. My nose has never been wrong. Burton.
We'll bring her home safely.
This typewriter seems like it's seen a lot of use.
Do you see any drafts? Any samples?
I can't say. I'm not very familiar with these things. Take a look. She signed something here. But I thought her name was Doris.
There's a single word written at the bottom of the manuscript. Is it Erd? Yeah. This is the person we've been looking for.
Mariana!
A familiar voice echoes from the outside. From outside. No, there's fires, there's like 6 or 7 fires. They've put out 5 of them, I think. They're still working. They've pretty much had 0 progress on the other 2, because they're way too big. Those pristine wings, however, could never ever fly across the riverbank. There's a secret group in the world that does good deeds in silence. Let's list all its members on this wall. Dear anonymous gentlemen, the Veterans Residence deeply appreciates your generosity. Your donations have been a great help during these difficult times. We've taken to calling you Mr. Marble after your donation of that fine marble chair. I assume marble holds some special significance for you. If you happen to see this letter, we hope that you will one day soon come through the door and accept our thanks and hospitality. I'm sure you'll be pleased and comforted by the heartwarming sights inside the home you've so long supported, and we'd love to hear the story behind the large red button you've placed on your gifted chair. I'd like to know about it too. And then, who was this? This was for... Okay. This is going to start a massive text. Okay. July 13th, 1943. This is my first diary entry. Old Gitera said she would help me with my writing. She kept laughing and said I should use punctuation, but she did not tell me that punctuation is it sounds like seasoning. Old Gitera brought me to a place called a nursing home, and it is rubbish here and old too, and the people's faces are all wrinkled up, and she wants me to start learning to read and do something called work, so I can stay here and eat, and I do not want to keep people away. Anyway, those people cannot find me here. August 15th, my birthday! 1943. These elderly people move so slowly. Where is the thrill? They all looked at my clothes and said I must be a rich girl from somewhere far away. I told them about my past. They laughed so much. Old Gitera didn't laugh, and another didn't laugh either. The one they called the Soprano. She said I was a pampered poor little thing. Fate likes to lift people up and then smash them down. I don't know what that means, but I don't like her calling me a poor little thing. Bugs are little. They are not good things. They taste bad. Some even taste like dirt, so I'm not a bug. She also asked why I was not angry at the Soprano. I do not understand why I should be angry. The Soprano says bad things, but she did not hurt me. People who love to say good things are the most dangerous. I just realized they talked about punctuation, and she never uses a period through any of this. Oh wait, she uses it here. Okay. January 4th, 1944. After picking up the Morning Truth paper, I tidied up the Soprano's bed. I saw many newspaper clippings under her pillow, all about the opera house. After evening prayers, I was about to take back the Soprano's handkerchief when she suddenly grabbed me. She asked if I couldn't see that life was getting worse. She said I must understand that feeling, but I didn't understand what she was talking about. She said, when your skin becomes wrinkled, you'll understand, and everyone will die without dignity in regret and ignorance. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was very scared. I thought of my sister. I don't want to become my sister. After I put out the candle by her bed, she suddenly hugged me tightly and cried like a little girl. I copied what Kateria does and gently patted her back. She soon fell asleep. July 13th, 1944. Old Gitera announced to everyone that it was a one-year anniversary of my arrival at Heartfelt Home. I was very happy because it meant there was a lot of food and no work. They said I was a star today. I could decide everything, just like when I was at the mansion. I asked them if there's any ponies here. I wanted to ride one and let them chase me. The elderly laughed so hard their dentures fell out, but they all said they wanted to try. So I rode out our Jenny the cow, and she trotted majestically. I rode on its back, and they chased me with their canes and wheelchairs. They fell, got up, and laughed heartily. No one helped them up. Finally, the Soprano caught me. She cleverly used a bundle of hay to catch Jenny. When we got back, Kateria scolded me, saying I could have broken their old bones, but everyone was happy, and so was I. At night, old Kateria gently patted my back, but I couldn't sleep. I thought of Soprano's words. I've been thinking about her words a lot lately. I asked Kateria if we really just get worse and worse. She kissed my forehead and said, "What nonsense is that?" But I promised the Soprano not to reveal her secret. So I said nothing. That night, I dreamt of my old gardens, but strangely, Ginny the cow was there too. Yeah, a lot of homes for celebrities are getting hit right now. It loved to tease us, swooping down from the eaves, landing on our heads and shoulders as if it were a mischievous child. Boto Cor de Rosa.
Oh, more visitors.
It's Lopera. She's safe. But where's Sotheby?
Thank goodness. You survived too. What about Sotheby?
Oh, something happened in the favela earlier, so she decided to stay there. Don't worry, Duncan's with her.
We've got bad news. Dr. Doris has been abducted by the Brotherhood.
What? Idiotas! What's wrong with them?
Idiotas.
Ugh, guess I'll call the base. Mi viejo will figure something out.
Sink me! Lepera! I thought you'd been sent to Davy Jones' locker.
White rum soars through the air and lands squarely in Lopera's arms. The ferocity of the embrace is enough to knock a grown man to the ground.
Why did you think that? I'm tougher than the stubble on the chins of the old geezers here. I'm like you, a ship that'll never sink. Timekeeper? Who's that over there?
Kimberly is peeking out through the doorway. Only a sliver of her face is showing through the gap.
Kimberly? Did mi viejo let you go?
She's been released?
Oh, Timekeeper, let me explain. When we were routing out the deserters, we found Kimberly hanging out with the Manus thugs. Pa took her off somewhere, and he always has a plan, so I didn't bother asking where she ended up. Hey, come over here and say hi. When did Pa let you go?
He didn't.
Or did you sneak out somehow?
Kimberly's eyes shift, her claws tense, as if ready to spring into action at any moment.
I think... Miss Kimberly, didn't you pull me out of the water?
How did you know?
Shortly after my fever subsided, I started to remember what happened just before I lost consciousness. There was a voice ringing in my head. It was you calling out to me.
Vertin, I can't have you dying here. You mustn't give up.
This is the first time I've seen Vertin imitating someone.
I did not say that. I just took you to the doctor and left.
Her protestation is almost a scream.
Aye, 'tis true what Vertin says. Though Kimberly denies it, she chose to save her. Even when she had plenty of chances to blow the last down. She's a good lass at heart. Not an enemy, Lepera.
Lopera lowers her guard, offering a friendly wave to Kimberly. Kimberly cautiously steps out of the doorway, but maintains some distance between the two of them. Lopera looks at her new friend. Her attire has given her a totally different appearance. After a brief pause, Lopera smiles at her.
You have to understand, it's pretty hard not to suspect someone who hangs around with the Manus. Anyway, I guess there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. Back then, I didn't have time to... In any case, I'm sorry, Kimberly.
Lopera extends a hand in a gesture of peace, but Kimberly hesitates, her claws tensing once again.
It's fine. But don't think I'll forgive you so easily. Speaking of the Manus and the Brotherhood, I never quite understood what they were trying to do.
I don't blame you. I still don't really get it either. So you're really not in the same boat as them?
A sudden yet perfectly reasonable question.
Of course not! I don't have a boat! No, I mean, I'm not in any boat with anyone!
I don't have a boat.
If only I'd found my...
She looks around as if she's forgotten something, but finds nothing.
Listen, I don't know who it is you're looking for, but it's not me. I've already told you everything I know. If I'm not welcome here, now get out of your way. Just... please, don't take me back to the place. I don't want to see that thing ever again.
What place? And what thing? She refuses to look at the weapons around Lopera's waist, perhaps in a restrained sense of rejection or fear, or something hidden deep within her heart.
All right, girls. If you want to have a chat, at least take a seat first. It simply won't do to have you all standing around the entrance like this.
Mariana takes Kimberly with one hand and Lopera with the other and leads them back to the courtyard. When they arrive, she lays out some bacoca for them to snack on.
You think candy's bad for your teeth, Bobo?
Oh, I'm much too old to worry about that. When you reach my age and just waking up each day is a blessing, you'll eat whatever you want, too.
That's like my dad.
Mamai Mariana, could I have a word with you, please? I have some questions about Mr. Duncan.
Oh, Duncan. What kind of trouble has he stirred up now? All right, then. Why don't we head inside and give those two some space? And Lopera, apologize to that poor girl properly. You hear?
Ever the mom. Every lost friend is worth remembering.
Mi Viejo released you, which means you can't be trusted. And you saved Verton's life too. I guess I shouldn't have been so hostile towards you.
Alright, Gallia.
Here, have a drink. As a token of my apology.
She hands her a warm cup of something dark. It has a rich smell. Is it coffee?
Salvadoran coffee.
Yeah.
Great if you need to pull an all-nighter.
Kimberly raises the cup to her mouth with both hands and curiously sticks her tongue into the liquid.
So bitter!
Yep, bitter like the old days.
Lopera falls silent for a while. Kimberly glances at the gun around Lopera's waist.
You know, back in Colombia, my father did horrible things to his plantation workers. Well, my biological father, not Igor.
Lopera looks off into the sky and laughs resignedly. It's as if she just spoke of a stranger rather than her
He
flesh
said,
and blood.
No, that's not the sound of gunfire outside. The workers are setting off fireworks. They're celebrating. But they weren't fireworks. He betrayed his workers. His compatriots.
Oh.
It wasn't a celebration. It was a massacre. After that, I ran away from home. One day, the Admiral and Molly found me. That's how I joined Xeno. Betrayal's as common as dirt here. Comrades, friends, family, anyone could sell you out. And for cheap, too. I hope you can find your boat soon. You know, a place where people have your back.
Can I not drink this?
Oh.
Of course. Don't force yourself. I know the taste isn't for everyone.
She clinks cups with her new friend.
Carlota Lopez Rivera. That's my full name. Bit of a mouthful, huh?
Lopera stretches out her arm, closes one eye, and lines up the moon between her fingers. She closes her fist, but catches nothing but the air.
I wanted to erase it from my profile. From everywhere, to be honest. But mi viejo disapproved.
She fiddles with her fingers, her eyes lingering on that unattainable celestial body.
Molly agreed with him. She said, "You mustn't forget your past, Beta." So I let it go. But Lopera sounds so much nicer, so I preferred to go by that. And you, Kimberly? What's your real name?
Kimberly hesitates.
Nala. Nalahari. The residents of Heartfelt Home called me Anjo Nala.
And Joe Nala. I've always said Anho.
How long ago did Mr. Duncan move here? Do you remember?
It must have been 5, maybe 6 years ago. I'm not entirely sure.
5 or 6 years ago, nowhere near the 20s. What's going on?
Do you have any photos of him?
Mariana nods and pulls a photograph from the storage room.
We do have one, but he's been gathering dust for years. Let me see. Here. This is him.
That's the same one. She points to the man who looks like Mr. Carson.
I know a gentleman who looked just like him. His name was Carson. Did Mr. Duncan ever go by that name?
The old woman blows the dust off the frame.
No, not that any of us are aware of anyway. And I've known him since I was a medic in the army. Back then, people called him Duncan the Dauntless, or the all-powerful Duncan. I never once heard Carson or anything of the like. Sorry I couldn't be of more help, minha querida.
I love it when they insert like Portuguese, Spanish. It seems an in-person meeting with Mr. Duncan is in order. As they head outside, black flashes across their vision as the crow swoops down from above. It releases the letter clutched in its claws.
A crow?
The crow perches nearby as the letter flutters down and lands at their feet. The old woman picks it up and breaks the seal.
Oh dear, this looks like bad news.
Santos.
It's a cleanly written ransom note signed Santos.
Dr. Doras is being held captive in the Colonel's manor. He's given us 3 days. He says that if Zeno doesn't return the deserters they detained, he'll execute the doctor.
They've already executed the deserters.
Am I Mariana? Please contact Admiral Eagle. We need Zeno's help.
He needs counseling, and whoever counsels him will also need it too. Interrogation Record SF1. Below is a recording of the interrogation of a member of the Order of Enlightenment that occurred in San Francisco. Next, you will need to answer a few simple questions. This Order of Enlightenment is just another front for Manus Vindictae, correct? Ask whatever you like. I ain't gonna tell you anything, Foundation lapdog. Please calm down. This doesn't have to be a hostile interrogation, but your answers here will influence our assessment of you. You know Arcana is dead. Arcana is dead, right? Ignorant fool. The guiding one's fate is always in her own hands. She chose a temporary death to suffer for us. One day she will return like an angel, and we will be reunited. We will once again become one, returning to that glorious age. I have no intention of arguing with you. You're sweating profusely. Do you need some water? I won't drink anything you give me. Alright, let's finish this quickly so you can return to your room and rest. Can you tell me who your current leader is? Is it Forget-Me-Not? Or the former School of Apeiron? The former School of... is it Apeiron? I think it's Apeiron. Arcanist Sophia, or someone else. How dare you call the preacher by her name? You may go now. Please notify the next person. Never mind. I'll call them myself. The preacher. So, Sophia's already oh, man. Just makes me sick. The Sleepless Man. It's probably referring to Igor. Admiral Igor rarely makes calls to Xeno headquarters, but the situation has become desperate.
Ah, Igor. How are things in San Paulo?
Worse than expected. I have a small number of troops with me, but not enough to deal with the situation. Things have gotten out of hand. At least one of the Apostles' Brotherhood leaders has pledged allegiance to the Manus.
Brotherhood. These new gangs just keep popping up, don't they? It's like cutting down sugarcane. Before you know it, another one's grown in its place.
Carlos has been murdered by his own subordinates. Even now, some of the deserters are with the Brotherhood.
Admiral Son. This is news. This news is met with prolonged silence.
Catch them?
Some have already been executed. The rest will be transferred to headquarters for interrogation.
Good. What assistance do you require, comrade?
An army. A reliable one.
An army? I'm afraid that's not possible. We simply don't have the men to spare.
It doesn't need to be large. Just dispatch my Sentinel unit from Buenos Aires to São Paulo.
A loyal army led by the children he raised himself, composed of orphans of war born into Xeno's cause.
Or, at the very least, Saint-Remy.
Ptolemy? Ah, one of your orphan children. That seems like a feasible solution.
Yes. His parents died fighting for Xeno. All my children are loyal to a fault. Officer Carlos was shot in the head by one of his own men in this very office. I need soldiers I can trust.
Ah, so the fearless Igor is afraid of death after all.
That's not quite it.
An officer was killed by his own soldiers at his own base. This is an immense stain on Xeno's honor.
How little honor they have left, Igor clings to it like a leaf to a tree in winter.
If everything goes according to plan, you'll see your unit shortly.
Now it's just a matter of time.
The Admiral tosses the dice in his hand, up and down, up and down. He receives the same oracle, the same answer, like an inscription on the Behistun monument. It is eternal, unchanging. His heart is a hanging lyre, gently plucked. An ancient verse rises in the old Admiral's memory. Dark omens, ill prophecies, it is all whispered from his lips. I have seen the hawk chase the dove, and the sun god pull his golden bowstring taut.
Который туго натягивал свою золотую тетиву.
I watched as the wooden horse was welcomed into our territories, and the sacred fountain flowed with the blood of fledgling birds.
Фонтана текла кровь птенцов.
Ah, but the man of steely mind and lofty pride knows
гордостью знает,
that his city will endure, its walls will stand strong, and it will be as steadfast as the earth's core.
Как ядро земли. Какой грех.
What wickedness.
Жребий
Now the
брошен.
die is cast.
Белый саван
Pale shroud
покроет
will
его,
devour him,
и он
and he will
будет
be enveloped
окутан
by the grim
мраком.
night. What is going on?
Это все
All for a better future.
для светлого будущего.
What is going on? This is kind of weird.
Лучшее
Better
будущее
future for everyone.
для всех.
On this rain-soaked night, this is the only answer. What is
Admiral.
going on?
Come in.
Yesterday, we received word from the Timekeeper that Dr. Doris has been abducted by the Apostles' Brotherhood. She should be coordinating with Lopera to set up a rescue operation as we speak.
She breathes a sigh of relief. The doctor may have been abducted, but at least the timekeeper is safe.
Also, that girl who escaped, Kimberly, is with the Timekeeper. She claims that she was released.
Just play along with her lie. There is no need to tell Opera the truth.
The Brotherhood has demanded that we exchange the detained deserters for the doctor. Forgive me for issuing instructions without your consent, but if we refuse or ignore them, I'm afraid they'll...
They'll execute the doctor.
He knows full well the ways of these thugs.
What arrangements did you make?
Moldir tenses up a little, unsure of how her father will react to her decision.
I told the Timekeeper that Xeno reinforcements would meet her at the veterans' residence. Since Lopera is familiar with the place, I also asked her to scout out the rendezvous location. And yes, I played along with Kimberly's lie. I assumed you would have done the same, Father.
Very good.
While the Admiral refused to talk to anyone last night, his daughter had been modeling her actions after him.
Your squad will soon arrive. Take them to Lopera at the rendezvous point and bring the doctor back.
A squad?
The Admiral gazes out the window. He scans the barren fort, the weathered stone, and the vines slowly wearing away at the walls. How did this come to be?
I have spoken with headquarters. All going well. Telemi and the unit will arrive soon.
Moldir's body relaxes a little and a smile grows on her face.
I see. I can hardly remember the last time we were all together.
Her smile turns bittersweet.
Your father died in Abadan. In a war he had no obligation to fight in.
It's far more glorious to die in the throes of battle than to wither away on a sick bed. He made an honorable sacrifice.
How shameful that we would tarnish his honor.
Honor is a thing easily stained.
Let's begin with that young pilot, Lilia. Tell me, what do you think of her?
She's well trained, experienced, a straight shooter, similar to Lopera in many ways.
She's a true Slav, just like my brothers and sisters back home.
Stubborn, loyal, brave, and as unshakable as the frozen Siberian earth.
I suppose she's luckier than Lopera, not destined to become a traitor like her.
Lopera is still a child, really.
The Admiral closes his eyes as he remembers those who fought
So
beside him.
many lives have been lost. In wars. In the storm.
I don't understand some of this conversation. They have all been enshrined in the Hall of Merit at headquarters.
What do you think Lopera will do?
Like, I suppose she's luckier than Lopera, not destined to become a traitor like her. How will Lopera become a traitor? I'm so confused.
She's your child, just like me. I think she will stand with us.
Against what? He smirks.
You think? Do you? Anyway, she's not important. Here, take a look at this.
An invitation.
I will not wear it. Nor will you. I promise you, not one of us will wear this thing. The preacher has given us a gift and shared with us an oracle. We will bring her something in return.
No.
Fire and brimstone rained down from heaven. Yet among the ruins were covered the remnants of a miracle.
No. So I was right, like Igor's going to turn traitor? That's what was going on in that other scene when he was rolling all those ones or whatever? I'm guessing these are the ashes of Arcana. Dude, there's no way. Fire and brimstone rain down from heaven, yet among the ruins we recover the remnants of a miracle.
A miracle that is living, breathing, and growing. I can sense their life force. I can hear their whispers from within these ashes.
A lucid dream, a living death, a perished immortality.
Modir, they are invincible. Rather than endlessly throwing young soldiers' lives to the White Stone House, I choose to stand with the true future.
The White Stone House, I think, is... the White Stone House is, the Foundation. No way! So he is gonna turn traitor. No! Has he been corrupted by holding on to these ashes?
I will always stand with you, Father.
There's no way. I
A gambling game's been set up in a place unfamiliar to you. Soon, you'll be invited to join the table as well. Huh. You seem to have grown quite assertive. But remember this. As a newcomer to the table, you have no privilege to make demands or probe for information unless you're looking to be targeted and isolated. You have to lose a few rounds. Pay your entry fee. Only then can you start to learn the secrets of those at the table. The players' backgrounds, the dealers' habits, and the truth behind the highest stakes gambler. It's baffling to me. Why would anyone travel halfway across the world just to throw away their money? That was a rhetorical question, but thanks for answering. You're right. The allure of winning is irresistible, even in a game of chance. People blow on the dice, clutch a rabbit's foot, or murmur a prayer, foolishly believing they can sway the outcome. How deluded. It's pathetic. Oh, quite the opposite. The odds are rarely equal. Your opponents could have any number of advantages stuffed up their sleeves. A larger stack of chips, easier winning conditions, or even the power to change the rules. Want a fair game? You gotta fight for it. By any means necessary. The white suits always play it safe, carefully hedging their bets, while the black robes plot to overturn the table. Clever? More like cretinous and atrocious. Once the table's flipped, there'll be nothing but chaos. Who would bother to set it right again? No one.
I was just about to say this has got to be about the Northern Falcon. The old admiral picks up the file beside him and flips through the young pilot's records.
Arcanist, abuses alcohol, and loves to fight. Messenger, call Lieutenant Lilia. Tell her to meet me at the training ground.
He rises from his chair and heads to the training ground, where the blood of the traitors still stains the grass. Were they really traitors? I'm wondering if they were good guys now. Lilia approaches the Admiral, her flask clutched in her hand.
How does it compare to the drink back home?
The stuff saps your energy. Makes you feel sleepy.
Just like this land. This place is always submerged in a half-dead stupor. Poverty, chaos. To them, the future feels farther away than the sun beating down from above.
While the sun casts its light from above, many choose to dance in the darkness of the sewers.
Tell me, Lieutenant, what do you think of the Foundation?
Is this some kind of test?
No. Just the curiosity of an old man. I often wonder how the younger generation views the organization.
Well, unlike those Manus maniacs, the people at the Foundation are at least open to reason. Don't get me wrong, they're stubborn, but overall, I think they're good people. The Timekeeper's red-headed sidekick, for example.
Soneto is too busy with administrative work to join the Timekeeper in Sao Paulo.
She's a stickler for the rules, but it's so boring to follow all the regulations. That being said, it would probably be even worse without them. Total chaos, actually. Anyway, at the end of the day, someone has to do the thankless jobs, and the people at the Foundation are the only ones willing to do them.
A subtle hint of approval flickers in the Admiral's eyes.
As the Foundation's most loyal partner, Xena has always been committed to creating a brighter future for both Arcanists and humans. That includes fighting Manus Vindicta, as well as any other conflicts and chaos in the world.
In Sao Paulo, for example, Zeno maintains the city's fragile peace in its own unique way.
Uh-huh, it's a mindless gun. The Foundation points, and Zeno shoots.
Precisely. Countless soldiers have perished in the storm, and they've all been deemed necessary sacrifices.
I have to tell you, I don't like Xena's role in all this.
Neither do I. But an order's an order. Even if it sends your soldiers to die meaningless deaths against an enemy they couldn't possibly defeat. Still, we march on without hesitation, pushing our weary bodies deeper into the storm. But how much longer can Xena keep going, Lieutenant? How long until our knees buckle and we fall to the ground?
I don't know, and I don't care.
She takes another swig of sweet liquor. Sweet as the oblivion of a dream.
Arcana isn't dead. We detected life signs after the explosion of the vacuum bomb.
That's impossible.
Yes, it is impossible. It would take a miracle for her to survive. Do you believe in miracles, Lieutenant?
I'd sooner believe the ramblings of a drunkard.
That may be the case, but when a miracle worker appears, there will always be people who follow them, like sheep follow a shepherd. So, when the desertion incident occurred, I wasn't surprised. I was infuriated, however. Not because they abandoned Xena, but because they murdered their own officer.
Damn traitors.
Back before the first storm, human and Arcanius troops got along well. We set aside our origins and united under a common banner. Our bloodlines meant nothing next to our bond as comrades in arms. But the storm changed everything.
Time rolled back, and with each regression, the brilliance of Arcanum shone ever brighter. Eventually, it formed a rift between them.
As a soldier, I must obey my superiors. I sent my men as ordered, no question asked. But...
Igor looks hesitant.
Does it really make no difference If the place they die a martyr's death isn't a battlefield, like war, these things are never simply a matter of black and white. Lieutenant, what do you think of the Timekeeper?
I trust her completely.
Her statement is short and powerful.
Sounds like you'd gladly sacrifice yourself for her. We need more leaders like the Timekeeper. Manus Vindicta, the Foundation. They are just two sides of the same coin, aren't they?
He sighs again, then he extends Lilia an invitation.
The Foundation, the Pack Security Council, Manus Vindicta. Which path do you think the Timekeeper will eventually take, Lieutenant?
I trust in Vertin's decision.
Я понимаю.
Ты уверен, что Зина не тестирует меня?
Нет. К Зине это не имеет никакого отношения. Я сейчас говорю с тобой как Игорь, а не адмирал.
No, this has nothing to do with Zeno. Right now I speak to you simply as Igor, not the Admiral. With a wave of his hand, he takes his leave. As he vanishes under the shadow of the colonnade, soldiers rush into the training ground. They surround Lilia, their guns pointed firmly at her.
What's going on?
Lieutenant Lilia, you are under arrest for the assault on Admiral Igor.
A lie that makes Moldir's ears turn red with shame.
Assault?
A crime for which no evidence need be provided.
Oh, I get it.
She grips her trusty Red 38. After what happened in Texas, it hasn't left her side.
Stand down and surrender, Lieutenant.
Lilia downs the contents of her flask.
Even the booze here tastes lame. Come on then. You're not taking me down without a fight.
Soldiers, fire!
Oh man. I saw the title of this one and I had a tiny fear that it was.
Bring it on. Show me what you got. You traitorous rats.
I never intended things to turn out this way. Surrender now, Lieutenant, or I'll be forced to hurt you.
Me? Surrender to you? You'll be the one who's surrendering. If I even give you the chance. Come on, soldiers. Do your worst.
What a shame. Fire at will.
I just had a small, tiny fear that it would be Lilia who betrays, but Lilia's, like the people Vertin has around her, are way too loyal.
Look.
I admire your courage. To a brighter future for everyone.
For you and for us.
It's useless. There are far too many of them for Lilia to escape.
There is no use resisting, Lieutenant.
Disarmed, Lilia is forced to her knees, and her hands are bound behind her back.
Tell me, what's Igor planning?
Father will lead us to a future where meaningless sacrifices are no more.
Oh man, one of these
The die
types.
has been cast. I hope you know that this is nothing personal. I'm just following orders.
Oh, come on. You copy and pasted that from every other game like this. A fate as cold as the wind sweeps across Mary
Take Lieutenant
Birdland.
Lilia to the holding cell. No one is to harm her without orders from the Admiral or me.
As a fate as cold as wind that sweeps across Marie Birdland. Take Lieutenant Lilia to a holding cell. No one is to harm her without orders from the Admiral or me.
What?
What?
We are traitors to Zeno now, Lieutenant.
Though these words disgust her, she
I am
forces
loyal
them
only
out.
to my father. It's a pity, really. I would have liked to work with you in the future.
The shackled pilot stares furiously at Muldir's dark silhouette.
How long has he been planning this?
Ever since the preacher gave Father a gift and the path to a brighter future. Live or die, Lieutenant. I will never betray my family.
Sophia. Ah! The door closes, leaving Lilia alone in the darkness of the cell. Muldir issues a few instructions to the guard before handing him the key. It will soon be time to welcome her brothers and sisters, for there is no turning back from the path her father has chosen. Trucks led by young officers loyal to Admiral Igor roll into the base, carrying elite Xeno troops from across the country, to annihilate Manus Vindictae, to destroy the Apostles' Brotherhood, and for the future chosen by the Admiral. In a world of lies, the traitor's blade has been raised.
Don't worry, young comrade. Just hang in a little longer.
What? Hang on. Trucks led by young officers loyal to Admiral Igor roll into the base, carrying elite Xeno troops from across the country, to annihilate Manus Vindictae, to destroy the Apostles' Brotherhood, and for the future chosen by the Admiral. So he's annihilating Manus Vindictae and destroying the Apostles' Brotherhood because of a gift he got from the preacher, who is the de facto leader of Manus Vindictae. What? In a world of lies, the traitor's blade has been raised. Okay.
Huh?
All it takes is one lie to set off a chain reaction, and I'm afraid the butterfly effect has reached you. I have bad news. You've been betrayed. But there's good news, too. A certain flight lieutenant appears to be more loyal to you than the organization she swore to serve. You know him. The Admiral who was pitted against an enemy he couldn't possibly defeat. This conflict has left an incurable ulcer in his once lofty heart. Yet, as a leader, he must remain unyielding in both body and mind. Despite his continued victories on the front lines, he made a decision so counterintuitive that even his loyal adjutant found it questionable. The top brass always sees things differently, I suppose. You must have heard the story of the Trojan horse, right? Greek soldiers sneaked past the walls of Troy inside a wooden horse. One Trojan priest tried to warn his people, but was executed by the gods themselves for doing so. Soon after, all the leaders of Troy were killed by the hidden invaders.
I didn't know about this. The Trojan priest tried to warn people.
Being killed by your enemy is bad. Being killed by your ally is worse. It was an honorless way to go. Great. I'm done reading reports anyway. I look forward to your wise decisions. We need some good news for a change.
After a long wait, father and daughter reconvene.
Father, Ptolemy and the unit have arrived.
So here they are. The army of justice ready to eradicate the Manus and the deserters in one fell swoop.
He picks up a gift he received from the Foundation.
During the last storm, the Foundation created this thing. And with the help of Laplace and the Apean Arcanists, they stole the fire of the gods, just like Prometheus.
What? They stole the fire of the gods, just like what?
Which side would you choose?
I wouldn't. I would follow. Follow you wherever you lead.
Her loyalty is like a shield to protect herself from the inner doubt, from her inner doubt.
Send someone to bring Stefan's belongings here.
Stefan. Who is Stefan again? Wasn't that the guy? Why can't I remember who Stefan was? Wasn't that the guy in Texas?
The traitor found something important at Tuesday's motel.
Yeah.
Ptolemy will find it useful. That's all for now.
Understood.
Okay, so it was the guy that was at Tuesday's motel.
Muldir, long time no see.
The one-eyed officer steps forward to embrace his older sister, kissing her on both cheeks. The conversation gets straight to the point.
What do you say? Do we give those humans a chance to surrender?
Manus Vindicate don't accept humans. But I doubt Father would blame you if you men allowed them to escape the base.
A hint.
Escape the base? Muldir, are you having second thoughts?
He sneers at his sister's kindness.
Either follow this path to the very end, or show mercy and get Father and the two of us executed.
So we are joining up with Manus and Vindicate? This is so confusing. Ready to eradicate Manus and the deserters in one fell swoop. The army of justice. Maybe he's being facetious here. I don't know. shouts a few orders to his officers, instructing them to return to their respective units and await the Admiral's command.
So what then? You want to have a mass execution like Lopera did? On what charges? For refusing to join the rebellion? Disobeying orders?
Oh no. There will be no trials.
He leans in close and whispers a few words into his sister's ear. Moldir's eyes widen.
All my men know about this plan. We're just waiting for Father's orders.
They all know?
Well, those who are still alive.
Only blood and dirt can bury secrets.
The Manus have provided us with a miracle that allows us to survive the storm. How could anyone refuse such a sacred gift? Even after the total destruction caused by the vacuum bomb, we still detected life signs. No one in history has ever been able to do that. Lady Arcana is invincible.
I don't care about Arcana. What worries me is that the soldiers who are unwilling to follow us won't just surrender.
Then we shoot them.
His delivery is disturbingly casual. There are only two options, follow or die.
I don't think that's...
The Admiral strides toward them.
Oh, Father.
Where are the others?
They went to rally the soldiers. We've been waiting for this day for ages.
He seems to have known about the Admiral's plan for quite some time.
For ages? How long have you known about this?
She looks at Ptolemy, confusion and astonishment in her eyes.
I told your siblings some time ago.
Then Lopera...
She's not part of the plan. Her only responsibility is to bring back Doris.
Doris? Who's that?
None of your concern. You have other things to worry about. Go issue your orders to your soldiers. Moldir, prepare the aircraft. We're going to Tierra del Fuego.
All the way to the southernmost tip of the continent, to a place where he can gaze upon the snow-capped land to the south and feel the icy breeze on his face.
How many of our soldiers do you think will remain loyal?
Again. How many of our soldiers do you think will remain loyal?
I'd say about 80%. The Arcanists will follow us. There's no doubt about that. But we still have a lot of human soldiers. Don't worry. I'll be sure to deal with them.
A necessary sacrifice.
The spilling of blood will only unite us further.
This dude's such a loser. A betrayal of their brotherhood, but there will be no escape once blood is spilled for those who shed blood and for those who draw it.
Take this and go to São Paulo tomorrow.
He gestures to the wind-up toy that once belonged to the traitorous officer who stayed at Tuesday's motel. It is placed beside a G-33 syringe and a flying arrow M1.
Me too? So, if Moldir fails, you want me to use this little toy to get Lopera back?
It's placed beside a G-33 syringe and a flying arrow M1903 pistol. Okay. Oh, me too. So if Moldir fails, you want me to use this little toy to get Lopera back?
No. You will bring Kimberly back from the veterans' residence. This is Kimberly's seal. As long as it's in your possession, she cannot disobey you.
A succubus cannot resist the will of whoever holds her contract item.
Bring her back peacefully, if possible.
Of course, Father. I will do as you wish.
Instructions given, the Admiral leaves.
Right then, Modir. Let's get started.
He whistles, signaling the guards to begin their massacre. Oh. The sound of gunshots echo through the holding cell.
What's going on out there?
No one answers. The guard has already left. Lilia frowns.
Is the base under attack? By whom? The Manus has no reason to launch a frontal assault. The Apostles' Brotherhood? No, that's even less likely.
She immediately dismisses the idea.
Get out! Quick, comrade!
Are we under attack?
Just take your stuff and go!
The guard hands Lilia her weapons just as the rebels catch up.
More enemies over here!
Oh. So they just start massacring?
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first?
Oh. Well, let's do this, yeah.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Please, mortal! Listen.
Don't blink!
What the hell does this mean?
Haven't we understood?
Fine.
Take that, I say! Do you have a little faith in me, Master?
Oh.
Haven't we understood? Blood. Feel my dark embrace! I remember it's called... lending a hand!
Comrade!
Amidst the chaos, the guard has been shot in the leg. Lilia goes to help, but the rebels are closing in fast. There's no time.
Berlin.
Another damnable choice, but this time there's no time to hesitate.
Lieutenant Modir asked me to help you. Take care.
Oh. With a running start, Lilia leaps under a Red 38 and takes off into the air, bursting through the rebels and leaving them choking on her exhaust. First, the bright light of the outdoors hits her. Second, the stench of gunpowder and death. Traitors and loyalists. Under the sun, their blood glimmers just the same. It's plain to see now that their blood paints the courtyard.
Kill them all!
No. Recall your troops and assemble.
The remaining loyalists are fleeing. There's no need to pursue them any further. Ptolemy reluctantly passes on the order.
All hands, assemble!
The bloodshed stops here.
An unceremonious end to the battle. The rebels have formed a new kind of blood brotherhood now.
Modir, time to head to São Paulo.
Forgive me for asking, Father. But what if Lopera refuses to come back?
Oh, Modir. If it's too much for you to bear, I'd be happy to go and see our dear little sister for you.
This dude's a fucking scumbag.
No need. This is my mission. I will get her to come back.
The two of them are still linked via the tracker button.
There will be no alteration of the mission. Ptolemy, retrieve Kimberly.
The order is non-negotiable. Ptolemy and Moldier aboard their boats and head to their respective destinations. Technically, their destination is the same, right? Man, I can't believe this. Some things have been lost for too long, and recovering them is now a luxury. Containment Code Miss Kimberly, 1917, confirmed that Mata Hari still has a sister on the run, but her whereabouts remain unknown. A bounty has been issued through the Hunters Guild. 1985, confirmed that the fugitive Mata Hari sisters are involved in espionage and assassination activities. Codenamed Kimberly. Personnel has been dispatched for containment. Use force if necessary. 1985, Miss Kimberly's contract item has been recovered without any expected conflict. The original contractor has been handed over to the local government authorities, and the contract item will be sent to headquarters for permanent storage. 1990 something. Due to secondary incidents caused by the storm, the contract item was lost during an incident. A high priority standing order has been issued. Any field personnel who come across Miss Kimberly's contract item must immediately recover it. If it is confirmed that Miss Kimberly's seal has been broken, ensure personal safety and contact headquarters to assist the special agent in resealing. 10/1990, Miss Kimberly was found in San Francisco. Zeno has been tasked with searching for and sealing her. 10/1990, Admiral Igor reported back that the contract item has been recovered and preparations for containment are underway. The Black Lamb. Is this probably referring to Lepera? The pieces are falling into place. Lepera has gone to the Colonel's manor as Admiral Igor planned. If Mr. Duncan moves quickly, he might make it to the manor in time to meet her. The early morning sun scorches the courtyard. White rum is still tucked away in her bottle, fast asleep.
What are you waiting for? Admiral Igor has sent reinforcements. We were instructed to await their arrival at this location.
Some time has passed. The sun is now risen well into the sky, but reinforcements are yet to arrive.
Igor?
She tenses up at the name.
Do you know him?
No, I don't. And I don't want to know him either. I want nothing to do with those Xeno madmen.
She knows him. She's hiding something.
Stay away from them, Burton. Trust me, they...
You have to tell us. They're here. A young man with an eye patch strides into the veteran's residence, followed by a squad of soldiers, all armed to the teeth.
Greetings, Timekeeper of St. Pavlov Foundation. I'm Ptolemy, the commander of Igor's Sentinel unit.
Ptolemy? No one at the base has mentioned such a name before.
Are we setting off now, Commander Ptolemy?
Setting off? No. It's Lopera's mission to take care of the doctor. My mission, well, it concerns the young lady behind you.
Huh? I wasn't informed of this. What does she have to do with Zeno?
Is it because of what happened at Tuesday's motel?
As far as I'm aware, the Xeno officer at Tuesday's motel committed suicide. Kimberly had nothing to do with it.
Oh, Stefan? I couldn't care less about him.
If that's the case, then why is he here?
The door opened all by itself.
What door?
I'm not stupid, you know. Miss Kimberly somehow escapes the base. And suddenly I find her with the Timekeeper, who I hear took a detour to a certain tower before she left. So, Timekeeper, care to explain why you helped Miss Kimberly, a member of Manus Vindictae, escape?
Oh, so the captive in that tower was Miss Kimberly.
She gives him no answer.
Per the Admiral's orders, I will now escort you back to the base, Miss Kimberly. And please, don't make me resort to violence.
No, I'm not going back there.
She takes a step back, her body trembling all over. She's too frightened to run.
You'll kill me, just like the Xeno soldiers.
Ptolemy's soldiers raised their guns just as the others did when they executed the deserters.
Now, let's just get along, shall we? This isn't an arrest, Miss Kimberly. It's an invitation.
He reaches into his pocket and reveals Xeno's sincerity.
A succubus should follow her instincts. Come on, obey your master.
A toy, unremarkable, even ridiculous, yet utterly terrifying to her.
You know, you were close, Kimberly. You almost found it. It was hidden at Tuesday's motel, just like you thought. Stefan thought it was just a wind-up toy. What a fool. Yes, that's the spirit. Come with me, and I'll...
Don't. He's not going to give it back to you.
Oh, so you'd rather stay with the Timekeeper. I guess you need a little reminder of who your real master is. Soldiers, prepare to fire!
Embrace rather than resist. Hooray.
I admire your courage.
Regaining control
Sharp
of our
face.
bodies. Do have a little faith in me, Master. Perfectly understood. Journey to the cosmos. Shine.
Keep going. For our dream, comrade.
Kimberly barely moves as she struggles against the command of the seal. Meanwhile, Ptolemy and his troops have taken control of the courtyard.
Pick it up, Timekeeper.
He's tossed a pistol near her.
I hold no grudge against you, and I'm not going to shoot an unarmed civilian. Make your choice. Take the weapon and continue to fight, or surrender. If you do surrender, I'll guarantee your freedom. But Kimberly has to come with us. I see. So you've chosen to fight. On your feet. Now then, Kimberly.
The officer gives a malicious grin.
Kill her.
You want me to kill Burton?
A command as malicious as the look on his face. She doesn't know what to do. But her bloodline allows her no choice. The seal takes effect, slowly compelling her to obey it.
Come on. My patience has its limits.
Ptolemy raises a wind-up toy like a lighthouse beacon in a storm.
You will obey me.
Compulsion, an attack so swift that there's no time to react. The succubus looms over, her eyes hollow, her beastly claw poised to strike. Ptolemy will say anything to ensure she enacts
Do
his
it,
will.
demon. Your freedom for the life of a stranger. Yes, kill her. Prove your loyalty. Then I'll give you back your toy. I promise.
The succubus wraps her claws around her neck.
Vertin. I can't.
The command has taken a hold of her, but still she's wavering. Meanwhile, Ptolemy, like a sadistic spectator in a coliseum, wills their
Raise your gun, timekeeper.
struggle to go on. Gun. Yes, I have a gun. But breathing, strength, it's all...
Aim at her and pull the trigger. This monster's going to kill you. You'll have to shoot her if you want to live.
Ptolemy presses further, eager to get a show. No matter how hard she resists, the succubus within her must obey. Her claws tighten around her neck, she can hardly breathe. I love the reflection of Anjo Nala in her eyes.
No, I don't.
Her struggle is as futile as her tears.
Obey your master.
Her claws start to sink into her neck.
Yes, give in. Just like that. Look, Kimberly. She picked up the gun. Shouldn't you kill her before she kills you? She obviously values her own life over yours. And she won't hesitate to fire a bullet through your heart. To her, you're just a horrifying beast. I mean, look at you. You're a succubus. A demon born to be bound to a master. Born to be controlled.
His contempt is palpable.
No! I don't want to!
She's pleading. Tears pour down her cheeks.
Please. No more orders. No more running. No more. I don't want to be like my sister.
Hiding away for all those years, living no kind of life at all, only to be captured and executed.
If that's what you want, then kill her. Break her neck. Now, heed my order and kill Vertin.
She does everything she can to resist the command, yet her body is compelled to follow. She raises a claw, it hangs in the air like a butcher's knife ready to slice its meat.
End your suffering with her death. Don't think. Just obey.
Her grip tightens. The pistol. Get it. There's still a chance.
Let go. Let go of her.
She's sobbing.
Nala!
Aim at him. I was thinking, I hope he shot the toy. An intercepted telegram, secrets revealed, another bullet casing left on the execution ground. Once you get used to the darkness, you'll find it kind compared to the fate that took my sight. Okay. Oh, and there's another one for Anno Nala here that I missed. I have nothing to do with any of this. I swear, it has nothing to do with me. Okay. Eye of the Hurricane. The bullet flies from the barrel, trailing a long white streak through the air. Yes, I knew it! It pierces the wind-up toy in Ptolemy's hand, the tool of Nala's subjugation. That thing that she had so desperately sought, so desperately run away from, is destroyed. Its power is lost, its controlling force vanquished by the bullet. Nice job, Burton. I was hoping she'd do that.
How dare you!
Nala releases her throat. Ptolemy glares furiously at the broken wind-up toy, then shifts his gaze toward them.
Looks like negotiations off the table, Timekeeper.
Was that really
I
a
suppose
negotiation?
I'll have to turn to violence. Soldiers, kill them all. Spare no one but Kimberly. She's the only one the Admiral needs.
Nala looks over her shoulder at Ptolemy, her face twisted in rage, her bloodied claw poised to strike. Blood, his blood, she craves it.
I'll kill every last one of you!
Join with us, comrades. I admire your courage.
Regaining control
Sharp
of our
face.
bodies.
Enjoy! Got you! Newly made this another dart?
Look,
You don't want to miss it!
you have a little faith in me, Master.
There they are!
I will remember
Another dart?
I am the waves in the ocean and the stars in the sky.
Heart still.
Enjoy!
I love that.
We share the same
Why are they all chained up?
bright a future for everyone.
Shine.
Let's get it over quick! I'll fill the cup for you. preserve this memory in our dreams.
The battle quickly becomes a massacre.
Damn it! What kind of monster is she? Sir!
Maintain formation and fall back. Keep firing.
Ptolemy's troops are only equipped with standard military gear. No devices to capture Arcanus, no heavy firepower.
Go to hell!
Anger is pain, and she needs to release it. They'll pay for her tears in blood.
She's totally insane!
That's what you get for being a traitor. Kimberly grabs a rifle and smashes the stock into a fallen soldier's face.
Why?
First claws, then teeth. Tearing, biting. Slashing stomachs, ripping out throats. Like a wildcat pouncing on a sparrow. The Xeno soldiers fought bravely. Had they not been enemies, they might have been made excellent allies. Their loyalty to each other outweighed their fear of the enemy. Their loyalty to each other outweighed their fear of the enemy. Retreat. A small trickle of blood runs down her cheek. She walks mercilessly through the courtyard of the veteran's residence, avenging all she has suffered. The enemy starts to retreat, or rather flee, with the dignity of a soldier. The air is filled with a bitter scent.
I am not a lamb for the slaughter!
The rain comes suddenly, washing away the blood spilled in the courtyard. It's over. They're gone. She collapses. Pain, like thorns in her heart.
Everything will be fine, Kimberly.
She's crying. The wind-up toy lies nearby, shattered like her spirit. She spreads her hands and gazes blankly at the sky.
I'm here. It's okay. You're going to be alright.
The marigolds in the courtyard are stained with blood. The place is a mess. Mame Mariana's cat's den has been blown to pieces. Perhaps she'll make a new one.
You're no longer bound by anyone. No contract, no seal. The wind-up toy's been destroyed. It's been shattered into pieces. You're free, Kimberly. You don't have to take orders from anyone anymore.
Kimberly doesn't have to take orders. Nala doesn't have to take orders.
She repeats her words as if she's drowning, and they're the only pieces of driftwood to cling to.
Come.
The rain subsides, and the sun shines again.
If you've got nowhere else to go, you can come to the Foundation with me if you like. I'll let them know you risked your life to protect me from the Xeno rebels. Anyway, the choice is yours.
Nala breathes heavily.
I can choose.
Her confusion matches her pain.
Yes, whatever you want. No one can control you anymore. You belong to no master, only yourself.
Belong to myself.
She looks down. She's covered in blood like a newborn baby.
Like when my sister died. The first time I left home. Like when I fled to Sao Paulo during the war. Like the old days. That heartfelt home.
Real yet distant memories. To her, it's as if those times have been rolled into a sweet nectar of happiness. In the sweet nectar of happiness. For a moment, she almost forgets why she's been running all this time.
No longer reliant on or under the control of anyone. Just think about who you are, what you want. And enjoy your new life, Nala, starting today.
A familiar silhouette streaks across the sky.
Capitan!
Lilia descends, bearing bad news. An ugly little wind-up figure and nothing more. Feathers fall to the ground. The white goose in her arms is gone. Through the endless days and nights, her stomach growls constantly. Sometimes she mistakes ochre stones for chunks of meat, nearly breaking her teeth on them. She licks the cuts in her mouth from the stone's sharp edges, the warm blood flowing into her stomach. Occasionally she dreams of the mansion, but that was so long ago that she starts to doubt whether any of it was real or just a long dream. In the dream, she runs and jumps at her sister's banquet, tapping guests on the shoulder. They drink and toast to a bright future, but no one pays attention to her. Confused, she leaps onto the table. Still, no one notices her. She's lost the ability to distinguish her memories from fantasy, and nameless grievances ignite sparks of anger within her. She raises a torch, and the mansion in her dream burns away like dry leaves until ashes fill every corner of the dream world. Her memories have become a collapsed ruin, past faces shattered, experiences peeling away like old paint, impossible to piece together. Everything returns to dead silence. When she awakens from the dream, she's in a strange, empty place. It's terribly dull, nowhere near as interesting as the banquet. She once tried to scratch words on the walls with her claws, like writing a diary. Still, she began to prefer life in this place, because her only chance to leave has been to carry out missions, of course. She hates missions. The blood always sticks to her claws and sullies her clothes. Out of curiosity, she once tasted blood. It was as bitter as lettuce, and she hates lettuce more than anything. Same here. This is where she learned to sing, a song her sister taught her. She's forgotten too many of the words and has no idea what dragons and zippers have to do with each other, but still she sings it often. Every time that she does, she pictures wrinkled faces. She doesn't know why she thinks of them, but every time she does, water flows from her eyes. She tasted that water too, and it was even more bitter than the lettuce. Her eyes, looking at the goose feathers, are as empty as the deep well. I wonder if this is when she was locked away near San Francisco. When I saw so many identical toys on the shelves and in the cabinets, I swore I'd never go in there again, even if they were offering free candy. Okay. The gamble. The master of the manor sighs.
All this time, waiting for Zeno. I really want nothing more than to clear up this little misunderstanding of ours. There's no benefit to me hurting you. I hope only to peacefully return you to your friends, and in return, receive mine. After all, this city and its false era will be washed away by this storm before long. Those poor unbelievers. We were all once like them. Yet to realize that we are children bathed in the light of the divine. One day, they will turn from darkness to light, just like our Xeno friends did not long ago. The apostates, however, they who have abandoned our faith, they must die.
What? There's so many different things going on here. One day they will turn from darkness to light, just like our Xeno friends did not long ago. So he knew Xeno. Okay. But who are the apostates? Heretics and oathbreakers, the most detestable of all.
I'm still curious, you know? About who attacked the manor.
What manor?
Who disturbed the meeting between the Apostles' Brotherhood and the messenger of the great Manus Vindictae? Who came here?
He kicks a small stone at his feet.
And took away my people.
It was Lopera, wasn't it? Is that why Igor, like, came down here immediately? To rein in Lopera? The potion has locked the blind doctor's throat. She cannot speak.
I wouldn't be surprised if Marcando's already messed things up in the favela. But
he turns his back to the doctor.
As long as he continues to recruit the young arcanists, it doesn't matter. People like him are useful. Tools to be used to our benefit until they're lost to this storm.
Scum.
Isn't that also how Xeno uses their soldiers, Doctor? As currency to be spent and lost?
A chip may roll away from the gambling table, but it will only find itself at another. All the world's a casino, and all the men and women merely chips. We have no choice but to take our place at the table. Is this alluding back to the little game he played with Lopera on the ship? He looks at the doctor.
At least Manus Vindictae promises these soldiers a future. A future worth looking forward to. The Sufferer will be reborn. And the Apostles' Brotherhood will sail south with me. We will become followers of the Sufferer, undertake their trials, and their grace will be bestowed upon us.
He leans close, whispering in her ear.
And with their blessing, no matter how many times the world is reversed, we will stand firm. For we will be immortal. Yesterday is within our reach, dear lady.
Lopera crouches in the bushes by the manor, observing the guards' movements. The place is surprisingly light on security.
7, maybe 8 guards. No way to get through. Damn.
Cautious footsteps approach from behind.
Who's there?
Oh, sweet Mary. I finally found you. I bet you didn't expect to see me here, did you?
An unexpected ally.
Duncan? How did you know I was here?
Keep it down now. Our friends at the Veterans Residence told me everything. The timekeeper said you were going to the manor alone. My, would you look at the beautiful greenery? Are you heading to that chapel?
Amidst the distant greenery, just past the building before them, peeks the chapel's bell tower.
Yeah. If the doctor's in there, I have to find a way to break in.
Do you have any plans? Reinforcements?
Reinforcements? No time for that. Just watch. I can handle this myself.
The path to the chapel is well within the sights of the patrolling guards.
Unless you dare to join me, old-timer.
The old veteran answers with action. He lowers his sunglasses and lifts his blowpipe.
Give me a few darts.
Okay, here's the plan. You lure the guards away, and I'll check inside the chapel.
She tilts her crucible and, in the flame of an arcane skill, produces a few poison darts and hands them to the old man.
All right. When I take my shot, I'll head that way. You stay hidden in the woods and make your way to the other side.
He crouches, aiming at the unfortunate guard's neck. The guard drops instantly.
Intruder! Over there!
Lead them toward the river.
Duncan catches the smoke bomb tossed by Lopera.
Let's make this a little more exciting, shall we, boys?
He lobs the bomb, aims his blowpoint, and pierces the bomb midair. Wait, does it like
Nice
make
shot.
it poison gas? With the guards distracted, Lopera raises her guns and makes her way to the chapel.
Ah. It appears someone has come to your rescue, dear lady. I'm not surprised.
Santos gazes at the doctor. He holds a small control button in his hand. He has no qualms about reducing this place to a pile of rubble. Her shout echoes through the halls of the chapel.
It's you.
The little gambler from the ship.
I should have put a bullet in your skull back on that sheep.
I'm afraid you're playing the wrong game now.
Oh yeah? So what does the winner get this time, Dr. Torres?
She steps forward toward the enemy on the pulpit. Santos spreads his arms.
No. There are no prizes.
She steps toward the enemy on the pulpit. Santos spreads his arms. No, there are no prizes.
You and I are nothing but specks of dust in the wind.
Let's switch this for Argos.
I usually act alone, but fine, I'll try to get along.
It was you, wasn't it? You came to this sacred place and attacked my people.
Yeah, and I'm ready for round 2. And this time, you won't be leaving with your life.
Fate has brought us together this day, just as it brought you victory in that bet.
Just tell me when you need the job done.
There's 5? Oh, sweet. Lopera's with it. Let's go with... Actually, let's go with Argus. So, we're gonna buff on
I will
Renala.
remember your sacrifice.
Buff. Attack. And attack.
Ready? Aim.
Sharp Fang.
Regaining control of our bodies.
Stay put. This will hurt longer if I miss.
By cupping the moon in the palm of my hand.
Perfectly understood.
I am the waves in the ocean and the stars in the sky.
Feel my dark embrace.
What is that?
Blood can only be paid in blood.
Bullseye.
Keep calm.
Okay, so he's just dodging. Do I attack the thing behind? Let's try attacking him.
I admire your courage.
Well, we've heard it.
Hooray.
Keep up the pace.
The trail was all too obvious.
Shine.
There's nothing.
You're a hustler.
Nothing.
We share the same dream.
Get ready. This is going to be a crowd pleaser.
Good luck.
To a brighter future for everyone.
Wait for the pop.
Journey to the cosmos.
Let's see.
By cupping the moon in the palm. Hooray. I am the waves in the ocean and the stars in the sky. Shine.
And it is blood and gold that stain this land. I'm tired of playing this game of prayers, and I've had quite enough of you, little gambler.
Finally, it's just you and me, Master. Did
Guns emptied, Lopera drops her revolver and charges at her opponent with nothing but her fists.
Looks like I win again.
She kicks the weakened Santos to the ground, pinning him by the throat, her fist poised.
Yes. Yes. You won this round.
He lies among the rubble, blood trickling from his mouth, smiling as Lopera's fists hover
But
above him.
I'm afraid there won't be a table left to play the next. So long, little gambler.
What?
Perhaps it's time you paid a little more attention to your friend.
He presses the button in his hand. After a loud bang, the chapel starts to crumble. In Lopera's moment of distraction, Santos kicks her away. He vanishes amid the chaos of the explosion. Now there is no one but Lopera, the doctor, in the building that's about to crush them both.
Mierda!
Crap. She grits her teeth and runs to the pulpit, freeing the bound doctor. She tries to speak, but the effects of the potion still hold her throat in a tight grip.
We can talk after we get out of here.
She hoists the doctor onto her back and carries her through the falling debris. A photograph from the 1961 peacekeeping mission in the Congo, with the photographer, exact date, and location all lost to time. This book isn't a history text, but the change in writing style suggests there was a change in authors. 5. They are greedy, they are cruel, they want us to slaughter our own people, so we stand up. We aspire to kindness and mercy, for this we must sit at the round table with kings and cardinals. 65. When the sufferers sent by heaven come, they will, under the guidance of angels, suffer for the people, and the springs will cleanse them of their sins, and thus heaven will arrive. 589. Let those willing to be redeemed join us, and let those unwilling be crushed by crumbling stone. 590. Be loyal to your kin, protect the interests of your kin, and say nothing to mankind. 591. Respect your elders, for their wisdom far exceeds yours. And then 605. Make the shaping of order your lifelong work, and never cease. The night at the veterans' residence is alive with laughter as the farewell party for Mr. Duncan unfolds as planned. Empty wine bottles on the table pile up like fortifications as Galeno spurs the crowd on, urging Mr. Duncan to share some tales from his younger days. Haha, that's a fine idea. Don't worry, old Duncan might have had a few drinks, but he's not about to spin yarns just to fool you all. Mr. Duncan chuckles, rubbing the white stubble on his chin. Whether it's pink dolphins, headless mules, or treasure maps inside giant snakes, it all happened exactly as I told you. A barrage of adventurous stories hits the listeners like a volley of cannonballs until late into the night when Mr. Duncan signals for everyone to settle down. He pauses for a moment, then begins to speak slowly. Next is a story that's not so cheerful, one that I saved for last. I'm sure my oldest friends here remember the 1959 Lufthansa flight incident. Yes, it took my whole family from me. Looking back, I was like a training dummy knocked down in the field. I think the day just turned. Hang on. Okay. Oh my gosh. The game does not handle the day turning very well. Shit, I didn't claim any of my rewards. Damn it. I wasn't even thinking about that. Oh, Marcus's birthday. And Ulu's birthday? Okay. Three Brazilians, 2 Spaniards, and 1 Argentina. You'd be surprised, but we were the most decorated reconnaissance team in the unit. I'm sure my oldest friends here remember the 1959 Lufthansa flight incident. Yes, it took my whole family from me. Looking back, I was like a training dummy knocked down in the field. Nothing left intact except a pocket full of medals. 2 years later, in the peacekeeping forces in the Congo, I met Don Mariano Martez. The officers called him Rookie, but he fancied himself a proud lead singer of the military songs we sang. In his language, those 2 words sounded quite similar. Eventually, everyone just called him Lead Singer Martin. At first, I didn't want to get too close to the Argentine, but I ended up being Lead Singer Martin's roommate. He was born with the gift of the gab. His thick lips were always flapping like wet palm leaves. Back then, I was still young and foolishly thought I could quiet him down with nothing but my silent protests. But gradually he wore me down and I became talkative myself. Once we got to know each other, we often argued about football, politics, and customs, but he always followed his officers' orders. Then our lead singer's voice was forever silenced. He sacrificed himself to protect the entire unit. That's another story. As I was sorting through his belongings, I learned he came from a wealthy family and left home in pursuit of a sense of honor. 2 years later, I discovered in an investigation that the daughter Martin entrusted to me was also a victim of Lufthansa Flight 502. Good heavens, that was a devil's joke. The kind no one could appreciate. Many years passed and the decorated scout retired and was replaced by an old man wandering the favelas. Now I look back at that word, honor. Haha, it seemed more valuable than gold. For it, Martin and I gave up everything precious to us, and in the end, we still relied on it to live. Like fine wine in a bottle, you always want another glass, and another until you find yourself drunk and face down in the gutter. Now, your old Duncan may be about to embark on the last journey of his life. Of course, it's no longer for those pretty honors, but to make good on what the kids always say. Got yourself some trouble, go find old Duncan at the veterans home. He'll sort it out for you. Okay. This next part's I bet's gonna hurt. Farewell, Para.
Eliminate all hostiles. Find Lopera and Dr. Doris.
Following the Admiral's orders, Muldir has followed the tracker button signal to the manor. But she has arrived too late. What remains of the Brotherhood have no desire to fight. They scatter, putting a swift end to the gunfire. The blood-splattered sugarcane field burns. Amidst the smoke and blood, Muldir searches for the doctor and her sister. Just as the chapel collapses, Lopera makes it through the front door.
Huh? Where have the Brotherhood guards gone?
Neither Duncan nor the Brotherhood guards greet her.
Molly!
Pera, thank goodness this tracker button still works. What happened in the chapel?
I had the fight with Santos, but he got away. Weren't you supposed to go to the veterans' residence?
She flashes a brief, bittersweet smile. This is a small victory. This is still a victory, albeit...
Rescuing the doctor is our top priority now.
This is still a victory, albeit an imperfect one. Rescuing the doctor is our top priority now. Dr. Doris sits on the muddy ground, cradling her typewriter.
I am so glad to see you safe, Doctor. Great job, Pera. Let's head back to the base with Dr. Doris.
What about the timekeeper?
She's on a new mission assigned by the Foundation. It's got nothing to do with us. Father wants me to bring you and the doctor back to the base as soon as possible.
What do you mean? Why the sudden change of plan? What's going on here?
No one told her about this.
Just come already. We're evacuating Sao Paulo.
Evacuating? Since when was this the plan?
Evacuating? To where?
Just follow your orders, Lopera. The Admiral sent me to pick you up.
Then why didn't he tell me any of this?
I don't know. I'm sure he has his reasons.
In her hurry, she presents a reason her sister cannot argue with. Recognizing her hastiness, Muldir sighs.
Fine. We're heading south. To Tierra del Fuego. They've made preparations for us. Come on, Pera. Come with us. You, me, Father, Telimei, everyone. We'll all be there.
Everyone? Why didn't anyone tell me about this?
Because... Pera, you can ask questions later. We don't have much time.
Lupera knocks away her sister's extended hand, taking 2 steps back.
No. Why are we going to Tierra del Fuego? And why are we running out of time? What are you planning to do? Who's waiting for you in Tierra del Fuego?
Ooh. She grips the revolver on her side. She hesitates, fear and confusion flashing across her face. Her gun is safe, her gun is reliable. As long as she holds it, she won't be hurt. She pulls it from its holster and slowly raises the barrel to her sister. With a final crash of thunder, rain starts to pour.
Who's behind all this? That jerk Ptolemy?
No. Father gave these orders.
Don't move!
Come on, Lopera. Lower your gun.
The handgun slips from its holster and falls to the ground. Muldir spreads her hands in a show of friendship
Father
or sisterhood.
needs the doctor. We need her. Bring her back to the base and come with us to Tierra del Fuego.
Why? What are you going to do in Tierra del Fuego?
Seize the future, a future for all Arcanists. Father has embraced the preacher's promise.
Manus Vindicte.
A betrayal she had never imagined.
No. My family are not traitors.
Not in the past, not now, not ever. A hunter never willingly becomes the prey she once pursued.
Look, you don't have to do anything for them if you don't want to.
She tries to explain, but she can't even look her sister in the eye.
Just come with us. Come home.
Home. That single word makes Lopera waver.
Forgive me, Pera.
Show me what you got. What's going on?
What's Pop planning to do? What about you? Are you going to kill Father and me, like you did those traitors?
I want some treble brew. I never miss. Most of the time, anyway.
Drop it.
Why didn't Pa tell me his plan? He doesn't trust me, does he? Did you come here to take me home?
Yes.
You're lying, Mom.
Get ready. Peace is going to wait for the pop.
Enough is enough, Pera. You're wasting our time.
You mean the time for your scheme? Taking the doctor back is more important than me, right?
No. Pera, I want you to come home with me.
Home? You call that a home? With a traitor for a father and a sister who doesn't even trust me? Time for a little mischief.
Ha! My crucible really has a mind of its own. Ready? Aim? Stay put! This'll hurt longer if I miss.
Let's go with some treble brew.
Give this a taste.
Now, to preserve this memory in our dreams.
Taking advantage of Lopero's moment of hesitation, Moldir launches an attack. As they wrestle, Lopera pulls the trigger, the bullet shooting into the sky and startling a flock of birds. Finally, Moldir wrestles the gun from Lopera's hand and knocks her to the ground. She lies there, winded and in pain.
Why is he doing this?
Please don't tell me the doctor's gonna be taken. The pain is the least of her problem. She simply can't understand how things have ended up this way.
For the good of us all, Pera. Consider your mission complete. I'll take over from here. Thank you for your service, Comrade Lopera.
Oh, that's cold. Several Xeno soldiers returning from their sweep of the manor arrive at the lieutenant's side.
What's going on?
I'll handle this. Take the blind lady and retreat. Make sure she's safe.
The doctor offers no resistance, weakly surrendering to fate as she's taken once again. Moldira looks down at her fallen sister, her gaze cold.
I am sorry it has to end this way.
She raises her gun, aiming at her cherished sister.
Farewell, Pera.
Duncan. The rain grows heavier. Lopera's soaked body lies in the mud.
Crap! Has something gone wrong? Wait a minute. What's going on here?
He pauses at the echoing of the gunshot and scans his surroundings.
Xeno soldiers. What are they doing here?
As an experienced soldier, he knows not to act rashly. In the distance, a young female officer leads the soldiers and Dr. Dora's away, but there's no sign of Lopera.
That's the doctor, isn't it? Why isn't Lopera with them?
Duncan cautiously makes his way to the chapel to search for her. The rain comes and goes.
Tranquilizer bullet. I see.
As the effects of the tranquilizer wear off, Lopera can feel her soaked clothes sticking to her. She sees the tracker button and it's been destroyed. Moldier's bullet must have smashed it.
It's shattered.
Moldier's aim is as sharp as hers. They truly are sisters. She grips the fragments in her palm, trying in vain to piece them back together. But the rain washes them away. First, her biological father, now her adoptive one. Oh. Betrayal, rejection.
How long have you been planning this?
There is no answer save for a crash of thunder. She has no one but herself.
Am I really the only one who knew nothing about it?
Did her siblings know? Did everyone else in her family know?
Was I ever actually accepted into this family?
The bitter thought burns in her chest like fire. She forces herself up, her arms shaking as she heaves her body upright. Tears, rain, they both become one.
I have to tell the timekeeper. Mierda!
She pounds the ground, splattering her fist with mud. From the shadows of the trees, a familiar figure emerges. It's Duncan. He's running over to her.
Lopera!
Finally, some good news.
Duncan, you're okay. We have to hurt.
She tries to stand, but her legs give way and she collapses again.
What happened? Why did your men leave you here all alone?
He supports the weakened Lopera. She gives him a sad smile.
Hurry back to the residence. It's Igor.
She can't bring herself to finish the sentence. The sky clears and the heat of the blazing sun washes over them once more. Oh man. A pair of long-barreled revolvers that once accompanied sisters through countless afternoons at the shooting range, or rather, former sisters. This one of mine rarely won against the other one in training, even during our last session. Okay. Nala's tears have dried up. Lilia looks around and frowns.
I guess you haven't had an easy time either.
Rain and blood.
I have bad news. Igor's just started a rebellion.
Huh?
Lilia strides forward.
He's got an army.
What's the situation at their base?
Not good. There was fighting and bloodshed. Lots of it. The rebels must have won.
She takes a long swig of liquor in an attempt to steady her emotions.
Those traitorous bastards. What about La Pera? Did she defect too?
All I know is that she was sent to the Colonel's manor earlier. But why would Igor... If La Pera's also joined the rebellion?
Worse than expected.
The old fart set us up.
A burly figure appears in the entrance to the veteran's residence. It's Duncan, Lopera slung on his back.
She's injured!
Mr. Carson?
Mr. Carson.
It's Duncan, kid.
It's Duncan.
But that's not important. Lopera needs medical attention.
We don't have a doctor at the moment.
I'm fine. Damn you, Igor.
Waking up from her deep slumber, White Rum looks around to see the courtyard in disarray and an injured Lopera. As Duncan gently places Lopera on a chair, she races up to her.
Oh, my darling little buccaneer. Who did this to you?
Lopera, could you tell us what happened?
Bloody and dirty, yes, but her injuries aren't serious. She only has a few scrapes and bruises. However, her eyes are swollen as if she's just been crying.
Igor. He took Doris.
First, Xeno's soldiers try to take Kimberly, then Igor orders the kidnapping of Dr. Doris.
So, are you going to go after him?
Yes, but you should stay here. Igor still wants you.
Igor mustn't succeed.
We'll come back for you later.
Okay.
No, just go in the suitcase.
What now then, Capitan? There are no Foundation branches nearby. If we request reinforcements, they'll be too slow to arrive.
Then we go ourselves.
Count me in. I have to talk to Igor. He owes me an answer.
Lopera grits her teeth.
White Rum, could you take us to the Xeno base?
Anything to save the dock. Anchors away, mateys.
Dude, can White Rum, like, get big enough so that she can, like, fire her cannons? That would be awesome. It's probably empty. Back at the Xeno base, the rebels are organizing the final stages of their retreat. Okay.
You screwed up.
Who screwed up?
It's just a minor setback.
Aw, damn, he's still alive?
Father isn't happy.
Look, I'll deal with her, okay? Next time, I'll...
His defeat is a consequence of his own arrogance. It's a bitter pill to swallow.
There won't be a next time. We can't just waltz into the Foundation and take her. Anyway, are the aircraft ready?
Yeah. Father and the doctor will be boarding soon. Who is she, anyway?
I don't know.
Her answer is honest. She rarely questions her father. Her duty is to obey and execute while holding on to a sliver of her own sense of justice.
Looks like Father hasn't told you everything either.
You should never entrust all the pieces of a puzzle to a single hand.
Huh? All this time with Father's made you quite enigmatic. There's a charm in mystery, you know.
Around them, soldiers are busy transporting supplies and burning sensitive documents in fires.
Are you not coming with us on the helicopter?
Someone has to stay behind and organize the retreat. You go ahead with Father. I'll join you later.
Sometimes I just don't understand you, mon dear.
Oftentimes, I don't understand myself either.
I wish he was the one staying behind so we can
Perhaps
kill him.
That's why Father always keeps me close. Just get going. I'll take up the rear.
But the sound of gunfire echoes from the courtyard, from outside the courtyard, but she pays it no mind. Whether it's an internal conflict or a counterattack from the Foundation, it doesn't matter.
Ma'am, we're under attack!
Don't get entangled with the enemy. Focus on the evacuation. How many hostiles are there?
3, and the sailboat.
A sailboat? What is this? The age of exploration or something?
One of them is flying some kind of aircraft. Oh, she's fast. 2 squads are currently engaged with her in Courtyard A2.
Lilia.
So, you're just going to leave me here in San Paulo, huh?
2 rebels break through the defense line and rush over to her.
Where's Igor?
Her hands are bloody, the muzzle of her gun singed red from the repeated use of her arcane skill. No sign of the Admiral, only the unwelcome sight of her older brother.
You've grown taller since we last met, dear little sister.
Kill him. Please. There's a hint of malice in his voice.
Whoa, whoa. Don't look at me like that. I don't care what you do. Come home or stay with the Timekeeper. I won't stop you.
Get out of my face.
She raises her rifle. This scene looks all too familiar. Time to execute another traitor. But someone steps in front of her.
Molly. Miss Moldia. It's unfortunate that we have to meet again under these circumstances.
We've simply chosen different paths, Timekeeper. I suppose the next time I see you will be in Antarctica. Telling go join Father. I can handle this.
Her brother turns and leaves.
Molly. Why?
The remaining soldiers gather around the lieutenant, their weapons raised.
Forgive me. I can't let you pass.
Muldir issues a command to her remaining soldiers.
Soldiers, take aim.
Oh man, now I gotta wait
rather than resist.
for when we can kill that damn traitor.
What on earth is Igor trying to do?
We are soldiers. It's our duty to follow orders, not question them.
Molly.
Hold the entrance at all costs. They must not reach the Admiral.
I will remember the sacrifice. Listen.
We should just send Lilia to destroy their planes.
Calm.
Still warm. Feel like dark and great.
Shines.
Don't waste my time.
Belly's loaded.
I admire your courage.
Regaining control of our bodies.
Here.
Look.
We share the same dream.
Hi, Master.
To a brighter future for everyone.
You can run, but you can't hide. Don't exercise. It's just another day on the job.
The battle ends. Not one of Moldir's soldiers has survived. She falls against the wall, blood oozing from her forehead and shoulder. Faced with her sister's gun, she cannot or perhaps doesn't want to move. There's sorrow in her eyes as her gaze meets her sister's.
I don't ever want to see you again.
As the bullet casing falls to the ground, so too does a tear.
We couldn't halt Igor's escape. More rebels came at us following the gunfire, and we were forced to flee the base. We failed.
Oh, that's Sophia right there.
You made the right choice.
We simply followed their guidance, Preacher. Unfortunately, we failed to bring the succubus. But I did bring you this, and Miss Earth as well.
No, Admiral. Not you. Us. We all need the miracle they bestow.
Oh.
My men will not wear the masks, nor will they take the trials. We need no trials to test the loyalty of my children, Preacher. And for now, Miss Earth will stay under my protection.
As you wish.
The Preacher agrees to all the Admiral's requests. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. She looks southward across the sea.
Until next time, Admiral.
The Preacher takes the relic left by the Mother of Resurrection and bids farewell to the Admiral. Left by the Mother of Resurrection.
Father, I shot at Lopera.
Shooting is one thing. Whether the bullet hits the heart or the ground is another. To the Admiral, however, it is unimportant.
I have to be honest, Father. I don't fully agree with your decision. At least not on a personal level.
You are entitled to your opinion, Lieutenant. But I don't need your approval.
I understand. You only need my obedience.
Precisely.
Had you anticipated that Lopera wouldn't come with us?
She is inconsequential. She helped us retrieve Earth from that Brotherhood farce. That's all I needed from her.
Oh, what a scumbag.
But the Brotherhood. With all due respect, Admiral. I've heard they have connections with our friends at Manus Vindictae.
But the Brotherhood, with all due respect, Admiral, I've heard they have connections with our friends, quote, at Manus Vindictae. She finds it hard to call those they once fought against friends. Treason is a stain not easily washed clean. No, you can't wash it clean at all.
I thought you'd make the same choice she did.
No. I will always follow you, Father.
Just let her be.
A lone seagull glides across the sky, calling out as it flies to the warm north. Igor pats his daughter on the shoulder.
Now, bring me Dr. Doris.
father.
She dutifully leads the doctor to her father and leaves the two alone.
I don't know you, sir. You must have mistaken me for someone else.
No, I couldn't possibly mistake you. Old friend. In the last days before the millennium, we fought side by side.
Memories flood through the weathered halls of the old Admiral's mind.
In hindsight, that battle may have been a mistake. The storm swept across the world, leaving behind an era of chaos. And we lost our future.
The Admiral has never been fearful of sacrifice, especially when it has served the grander goal.
But now, another path lies before us. One that we once fought desperately against. A path paved by Arcana. A path leading to a world free of conflict. My old friend.
Sadly, she cannot comprehend even a fragment of these words. She's simply Dr. Dorez, nothing
That
more.
marble chair the Foundation gave you. What's the secret behind it? What happened to you after you pressed that button?
Nothing.
Do you remember what happened after you walked into that white house?
I'm sorry. I don't know anything about that.
She's stubborn, but answers honestly. The old Admiral sighs and pulls a stack of O2 magazines from his coat. They were not for his own reading.
My dear Miss Earth, your name continues to show up between the occurrences of the storm. I don't know what you've encountered, what you've experienced in all this time. But your very existence is about to change the fate of us all.
I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw her, I thought it was like Verton's lost mother. I don't know why. A strangely shaped typewriter, the only weapon this doctor had in her battle with fate. Cholera, malaria, and countless other maladies, some yet to have been named by the medical community, weave their way through the streets, touching everyone, human and arcanist alike. The rampant spread of disease serves as a stark reminder, in the face of death, we are all the same. In the labyrinth alleys of the favelas, life is a tapestry of shared hardship. Here, poverty and destitution know no boundaries, affecting us all both materially and spiritually. The root of disease may not lie here, but the sorrow that fuels the bloodshed in the streets certainly does. People are divided by wealth and poverty, not by the extreme claims that all arcanist suffering is caused by humans. Illnesses strike both arcanists and humans, just as hunger, violence, and the ignominy of enslavement are indiscriminately imposed on everyone. The authorities turn a blind eye to the spreading racial hatred, while the apostles of Brotherhood fans the flames under the noses of the sleeping watchdogs, deepening this tragic divide to recruit followers. Gangs, like parasitic vines, thrive on the misfortunes of the favelas, waging endless turf wars, where crime is as common as breathing. Yet, despite all this, the favelas are not the inferno people imagine. The residents of the favelas are both passionate and frugal, poor yet generous. They will share their meager food with you, thank you with crumpled pesos and genuine tears for saving their child, and yet they will draw a knife over the unsatisfactory price of a fajola. Fajola? Oh my gosh. A person's death merely adds another silent corpse to the river, and sometimes even the deceased family remains indifferent. Retired Xeno soldiers conduct charity work here, seeking alternatives to gang life for the youth, sports fields, the military, labor cooperatives. No matter what, this is a land full of vitality. Despite the spread of crime, like the ever-flowing river beside them, their lives continue. This hellborn ship still sails through the troubled waters of Sao Paulo's fate, as it did before I arrived here, and perhaps will continue to do so long after I leave. All of Latin America suffers because of its imbalanced wealth and is torn apart by insatiable greed. One person's poverty is another feast. Suffering nourishes happiness like the two banks of the river clearly divided. Dear reader, this is the land I currently inhabit. A friend from afar. Okay. And the last thing she said, it has accompanied me through every inch of this rainforest and beyond. We wrote together, recording it all so people wouldn't forget what had happened.
I have some news you'll be happy to hear. Trust me, you'll wish you had more than a minute for this. It involves a mutual friend of ours, a long-lost acquaintance you've been searching for. Doctor, writer, she goes by many titles, just like you and I. Sadly, in her current state, her brain capacity is limited. It's just like after that fateful battle ended. Few survived to remember her awe-inspiring feats. Now, this kind-hearted doctor has become a crucial part of another wicked scheme, of which our dear Admiral is well aware. I don't know yet. There's no mention of it in the reports. I do have some speculations, however. Those troublemakers have been focused on nothing but cultivating chaos and fanning the flames of conflict, paying little attention to the scale and extent of their intended retribution. Now it seems they've realized the uncertainty of this approach. Drastic, volatile retribution won't get them anywhere. To reach their destination, they must forge a new path, even if it's more arduous and perilous than the last. Your minute's up. Time certainly does fly, doesn't it? I'll be back when there's a new development. Stay alive if you can. I'd like to keep reading reports for you.
I never knew that so many people lived on the river. I saw them tie plastic bottles to planks to make a bridge. And then they crossed the river as if they were walking on a row of puff-puff fish.
Sotheby's sheltered life has given her a few chances to witness the struggles of those on the verge of hunger. But ever since she came to the consciousness on the water's edge, that same question has lingered in her heart. She restrains herself from voicing it. Duncan's well known in the favela, and everyone keeps telling her, yes, that old man is Duncan from the veterans' residence. It's like she's trapped in some kind of dream.
I know what you're thinking, little lady. But I am Duncan. My ID card, my military record, my medals, they all prove it. As for your friend, Mr. Carson, listen, I know it's hard, but at some point we have to move on.
Thank you for the advice. It's just...
Pardon me.
The Foundation staff member gently pushes open the door.
My apologies for interrupting. Miss Sotheby, I heard about what happened in the favela. Thanks to your efforts, Zeno has been able to recruit a new group of spirited youths.
Nice. The staff member then turns to Mr. Duncan. Sotheby gives a proud nod. She's more than just a pretty dress. She did her very best to help her friends in the favela while others were busy with their missions.
Mr. Duncan, we need to record your information and cross-reference it with that of Mr. Carson, who was lost during the storm of 1929.
It's bewildering, isn't it? How could there be another Mr. Carson?
1929?
A fervent era filled with ambition, dreams, and madness.
Please come with me, Mr. Duncan. It won't take long. After that, you'll need to initiate the procedures for your re-enlistment in the Zeno Arms Academy. While the said procedures are underway, the rehab center will take care of the injuries you sustained in Sao Paulo. Welcome back to our cause. There have been many cases like yours. Politicians, singers, the list goes on. The Foundation compared them to photos from the 90s. While their appearances had changed, they were undoubtedly the same person.
Really? These words leave Duncan feeling puzzled. This place is strange, and their language is even stranger.
Hey, isn't that Lieutenant Lilia?
Lilia is sauntering down the hallway, swigging on her flask.
This is an alcohol-free zone, Lieutenant Lilia. Please try to follow the regulations.
Oh, did I just wander into another dry zone? Great. So many rules and regulations. Oh, how boring.
Has Lopera arrived?
She's in her room right now. Burton managed to secure her some rest time before her interrogation. Poor girl. Honestly, no one deserves to go through what she has. It's even worse than being cooped up and buried in paperwork.
Clerical work is essential too.
She gives an awkward smile at this mockery of her work. Lilia cheerfully pats her on the shoulder and turns back to Duncan.
Well, good luck, Comrade Duncan. Don't forget to stretch your hand between signing papers.
She'd rather ride her red 38 until her legs went numb than be stuck in an office all day.
You also need to write a report, Lieutenant Lilia. Our executives are quite curious to know how you managed to escape the rebels' custody.
Moldir, the woman in charge of the base, had one of her guards release me.
Moldir's orders saved Lilia's life.
You mean to say that Moldir, the lieutenant who's joined the rebellion, set you free?
I think so. At least that's what the guard told me.
Before he died.
Lieutenant Moldir asked me to help you. Take care.
I'll be sure to make note of that. And of course, please specify this in your written report as well. This is very important, Lieutenant. If she's having doubts, then we may still have a chance to win back Igor's rebels. Or at least some of them.
Vice President Constantine makes a long overdue call with the Pax House. This bitch.
Igor fooled us all with his rebellion.
It's been confirmed that the Dr. Doras he took is none other than Ms. Erd. The motives behind his actions, however, are still unclear. While only a small number of the Xeno soldiers chose to join his rebellion, I believe it is necessary to urge the Xeno Arms Academy to strengthen the discipline of their members.
She removes a white chess piece from the board in front of her.
No need to worry about that. Xeno will handle it themselves.
If that's your judgment, then I have no objections. On a separate note, Moth, our mole planted within Manus Vindictae, has sent us some new information. The Manus are sending supplies, personnel, and weapons in huge numbers to the south. It appears our suspicions were correct. Manus Vindictae is preparing a ritual to draw forth another storm. The location of Jerry Wilson provided by Miss Lucy confirms that the Manus are moving toward Antarctica.
Oh, wait, the locate. Whoa.
Additionally, it's now clear that some of the arcanist organizations, including the Apostles' Brotherhood, have been assisting the Manus through criminal activities such as smuggling and human trafficking.
The location of Jerry Wilson, provided by Miss Lucy, confirms that the Manus are moving toward Antarctica. Okay. I don't know who Jerry Wilson is. She advances the black pawn on the chessboard.
All very valuable information. How's the timekeeper doing?
She's stable. It's worth noting, however, that she brought back a succubus from the Manus. She requested that we revoke the arrest warrant for the succubus and grant her all the rights enjoyed by Team Timekeeper, in accordance with the Storm Reformation Manpower and Discipline Act. I've consented to her request.
Oh.
Excellent. She's the ideal person to keep watch over the succubus.
Very good, sir.
About Igor. The late Admiral Igor of the Xeno Arms Academy will be duly honored in the headquarters Hall of Merit. His great achievements and remarkable service deserve to be remembered.
No.
That's all for now.
I think you should be stained as a traitor. You shouldn't get any recognition. The Admiral's betrayer has already cast a lasting shadow over the optimistic 90s. But the news that, even after losing their leader, the Manus are gathering once again is even more worrying.
London, Lima, Ushuaia.
Ushuaia. The Foundation's report detailed many cases like Duncan's. One familiar face after another turned into someone else. The storm has brought everyone with it to the bright and hopeful 90s.
A report from Colombia. The mugshots of Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria do not match those archived. Similar anomalies have appeared for other notable figures.
Whoa, isn't that... A report from Colombia. The mugshots of Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria do not match those archived. Similar anomalies have appeared for other notable figures. Yeah, so that's Lopero's blood father, isn't it? There are many such cases, but the most pressing issue now is Igor's actions.
Why did Igor abduct Miss Erd? And why does he want Kimberly?
One question leads to another, but the answers remain a mystery.
And where are Igor and his army going? Why did they defect?
It's a maze of questions and clues, and there is no wax wing to peer over its walls, and no thread to guide the way out.
Mr. Carson, who was reversed by the storm of 1929, has somehow reappeared in 1990.
If only there was some way to look beyond the towering walls of this maze and see things for what they truly
Or maybe
are.
there's more to it.
A person pulled under by the river isn't always swallowed. They often wash up on another shore. Possibilities, more possibilities. Crows gather and drive away the the doves, and by the dry, decaying fountain, they peck at the rainwater.
Could it be that?
She makes a bold guess.
The storm doesn't kill people. At least, not physically.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. It sends them to a different era and turns them into arcanists. It turns humans into arcanists, so each time a storm happens, everyone who is killed gets transported to a different era and has arcanist blood. That's my guess. What do we have here? Monologues. Lopera picks up her gun and loads the bullets one by one.
1, 2,
Oh,
3.
her eyes are dead. There are no enemies, no targets, no opponents. She has never raised her gun so aimlessly before. She's lost, like a hunter in the wilderness with no place to go and no home to return to.
Shots on target.
3 bullets are shot, but they leave only one hole.
1, 2, 3.
Empty shells fall, bullets are reloaded.
1, 2.
Oh, this hurts. Come on, someone be there for her. There's so many of Timekeeper's friends that could be there for her. The room is riddled with bullet holes. Lopera is numb. She mechanically pulls the trigger. The gun does not respond. The gun doesn't respond.
Lies. Deception. Betrayal.
She loosens her grip and the revolver falls to the
You
floor.
planned to kick me out. Right from the very beginning, didn't you?
A plan that never included her.
Or did you never even trust me in the first place? Was this all some kind of game to you? Molly?
She's lost and alone, nothing but herself and the hollow sound of the wind blowing through the window. She drops to the floor and curls up against the wall.
Why?
At the same crossroad, when the warm days grow cold, leaves are falling down to the ground. Fire can't burn down my past
Oh my gosh! That was so good. Guys, you've got to see this. This is the discovery of the century. The best way to rally co-workers together. You guys, look at this. I'm not reading off all this. The researcher excitedly waves a scrap of paper like it's a treasure map to a new continent, circling the group and letting the paper flutter in front of each person. What are you talking about? Are those RGB values? Has John Titor infected you? Speak in human language or we're leaving. The gibberish on these papers might be a treasure map. You have to help me crack it. Where's Ulrich? Probably standing in line to buy a ship ticket to Australia. He won't be back for a while. Where did you get this? There was a box of punch cards outside the computer room. I tossed them all into the decoder. You should stop wasting your time. Those might be Ulrich's discarded scribbles for all we know. Its owner has yet to come up with a more ingenious way to win, but at least it provided a little thrill whenever her trick worked. "1:32 a.m. The old geezers at the veterans' residence always talk about scars, medals, and sleepless nights. Now that my battles are over, these nights have finally caught up with me. First, it was my biological father, then Pa, and today it's Sis. Every night there's a ghost that won't leave me be. No, she's no longer Sis. What should I call her? Igor's lackey or the rebel's watchdog? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Let's just call her by her name, Muldir. Uttering those familiar yet strange syllables one at a time, a question pops into my mind, making me shiver. Next time we meet, will you pull the trigger? Mierda. Don't ask me that. When did I become so weak and useless? When did I start depending on people? When did I start calling a stranger sis? I don't know. About an hour later. 2:27 a.m. This black and white checkered room has always reminds me of chess. Every time I lost to Molly, Ptolemy would laugh at me for lacking a tactical mind. The funny thing is, I never thought of them as my brother and sister back then. Then came field training. My competitive streak got me a nasty cut. Molly shoved the scarred soldiers aside and cradled my head in her lap. It was the hottest day of the year in Sao Paulo. The ground and air were scorching, and warm, moist drops hit my cheeks. Between the shouts for a medic, I caught a hint of a panic in her voice. After that, I saw Molly differently. Turns out the tough, reliable adjutant had a soft side too. Wait, was that sweat dripping on my cheeks back then? 4:18 a.m. Molly said she was afraid of the cold. So on those rare cold nights in Sao Paulo, there was always someone else in my bed. She liked to call me an unquenchable crucible. And I joke about tossing her long hair into the fire to make a piñata. Back then, we were like real sisters. I nearly believed we were a normal family. I know I sleep like a pig. In the middle of the night, I'd find her curled up in the corner while I hogged the blanket. I know she didn't hate the cold as much as she claimed. She just... In the end, we were never normal sisters, and we could never enjoy a normal life. Now, I've lost my identity and my siblings. I'm just Lopera, but who is Lopera anyways? 5:33 a.m. The unfamiliar sound of birds outside the window means I've finally experienced my first sleepless night. Go ahead, chirp away. I envy you simple creatures. At least you have a nest to return to after catching your worms. In 27 minutes, the dormitory door will be pushed open after 3 knocks, and Molly will find a way to drag me to the morning drill. Something warm and moist fell from my eye. It was something I rarely got to experience, at least as far as I can remember. No, it was just something brought about by my sleepiness and yawning. Sister, next time we meet, maybe I will pull the trigger. Oh, that's so... heart-wrenching. Anyway, isn't winning what matters? Do you really expect me to hand over control to the fickle goddess of fate? Okay. That pretty much covers everything. So, I mean, there's still going to be more down the line to do. But, damn, that was a stupid good chapter. What do we miss here? The headquarters has informed all branches that the Brazilian branch has experienced another mutiny. Those specific details remain unclear. All branches are ordered, effective immediately, to recall all units and temporarily detain any personnel who served in Brazil or were under the command of any officers from the Brazilian branch. These individuals are to remain in custody until a special agent from headquarters arrives for inspection. Non-compliance will be treated as support for the traitors. The mastermind behind this mutiny remains unidentified, and discussion of this matter is strictly prohibited. These successive mutinies in the Brazilian branch in such a short time are a great dishonor for us and represent the most severe loss Xeno has suffered in recent years. However, we stand resilient in the face of this loss. All are still under control. No sacrifice will stop us from moving forward, and all traitors will pay the price for their actions. Only brigadier generals and above are permitted to view the following message. We all know what Igor has done, but now may not be the most opportune time to confront our former war comrade with anger and vengeance. Okay. Any others that we missed? Doesn't look like it. Oh, nope, we got some back here. Constant delay will not make the piles of documents disappear. Eventually someone will have to deal with them. First, official exchange report with the School of Aperon. Priority low. Priority low, but please complete the registration of the Arcanist from Aperon as soon as possible. If the registration cannot be completed, please explain the reasons and provide relevant proof. A detailed report on the Aperon's operations on the island. Priority high. Please prioritize completing the report on the joint operation with Xeno and the detailed account of Arcana's death. Complete the application for the ship Apple III and explain of its specific purpose. Priority low, to be completed before the final deadline. A detailed report on the operations at Green Lake campsite. Interesting, that was a long time ago. Priority high. Please submit a complete account of the event to assist in the multi-party evaluation of the Arcanist Jessica. Task, handover procedures for Highway 77. Priority low, to be completed before the final deadline. A detailed report on the operations at Tuesday's Motel. Priority high. Please submit a complete account of the event to assist in the multi-level party evaluation of the Arcanist Tuesday. Explanation of the safety of placing an uncooperative Arcanist consciousness entity into the suitcase. Explanation of the safety of placing the uncooperative Arcanist consciousness entity into the suitcase. Is that referring to the hotel or Tuesday? I'm not sure. Hi, please submit along with the above reports. Verton's got a lot of reports. The world is changing so quickly that even a tortoise has to pick up the pace. After discussions at the headquarters and based on the current global situation and the conditions of each branch, the following transfer notices are officially announced. The Texas base will be abandoned and all personnel will be evacuated. Comrade Igor will be transferred to the Xeno Brazil branch to succeed General Carlos as commander. All other branches will remain unchanged. This transfer notice is official and has been approved by the Pax Security Council, effective immediately. So why? So I'm guessing the mutiny, the people who committed mutiny against General Carlos were ordered to commit mutiny by Igor, I'm guessing, so that Igor could be transferred there and then take over everything. And I don't know, Igor got there too late before Lopera executed everyone. I'm not sure. That's kind of interesting. A joyful goodbye letter, a solid paperweight. Greetings. By the time you read this letter, I will already be on an auto island far out at sea. Oh, please don't misunderstand. I adore your company, especially the hallway walking parties at 3 a.m. Though I do love all the parties, walking parties are a particular treat, but unfortunately, the ladies' code of conduct dictate that I should be sound asleep by 9 p.m. What a pity. Also, please tell Mr. Moisson, I think it's Miss Moisson, not to worry. I'm not adventuring alone. Miss Burton is also going on a trip to the legendary El Dorado, the city of gold. Magic gold and even bouncing coffee beans. I can't wait to talk to the locals about potential invigorating potion recipes. Speaking of invigorating potions, now everyone can become a brewing master. All it takes is a cup of coffee. And before drinking, add 3 grams of gold, and voila, you've got an invigorating potion. I've already prepared the ingredients. The gold is on the table. And thanks to the automatic coffee drip beast in the lounge, we've saved from the hardest part. We're saved from the hardest part, making coffee. And I do look forward to the special gifts. I'll soon bring back. Sincerely, Sotheby. Alright, that's everything. Damn, this was such a good chapter. It's probably one of the better ones. Damn. Still can't believe everything that happened there.